Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session. Find my script here. The Board of County Commissioners, October, what's our date?
11th.
October 11th board meeting. At this time, please make sure that your cell phones and electronic devices are on mute. And we are now going to proceed with the public hearings, and we're going to start with Ordinance P68.
Item P68 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on July 6, 2022 and August 24, 2022.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item P68 was originally published for the October 11 Board of County Commissioners meeting. It has since been moved. The adoption has since been moved to October 25th. No action is required on this item.
Okay, thank you. Do I have to ask if anyone wants to speak?
No, basically it's been re-advertised for another day.
Then we will move on to P69.
Item P69 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on September 25, 2022.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mike Shoemate, Director of Animal Services. P69 is an ordinance amendment to Chapter 14 of the Code. If you recall, on June 21st, the Board voted unanimously to ban the retail sales of rabbits in public venues, but then the Board also directed Animal Services to return with an ordinance amendment for a full retail sale ban on rabbits, just like we did for dogs, cats, puppies, and kittens. The ordinance has been entitled, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, amending Chapter 14 of the Pasco County Code relating to animals, providing for amendment to definitions to remove adoption-based business model, providing restrictions on the sale of rabbits in retail establishments, providing for enforcement penalties and remedies for violation, providing for applicability, providing for repealer, providing for severability, providing for inclusion into the Code of Ordinances, providing for transmission of the ordinance to the State Department, and providing for an effective date. So, Section 1427 is the definitions section of Chapter 14. There we remove the adoption-based business model that we previously had when we had pet stores who were exempted, sort of grandfathered in and allowed to sell dogs, cats, puppies, and kittens. We no longer need that since we're removing all exemptions, with the exception of a couple for rescue organizations and shelters. And then we also amended the certificate of source, which was primarily targeted to those retail establishments. But now, as they're allowed to corroborate with rescue organizations and have opportunity for those folks to place their animals in those stores for adoption, the certificate of source responsibility is on those rescue organizations. The main section, 14108, there we have the largest change in the ordinance, which is basically removing most of the exemption part and putting in the ban on retail sales. And one last thing I'll just point out, is that one of the exemptions, the first one was animal rescue organizations and government agencies, as I mentioned, but also the second exemption is nothing in this section shall prohibit pet stores from collaborating with animal shelters, animal rescue organizations, or animal control authorities to offer space for such entities to showcase adoptable dogs, cats, and rabbits inside pet stores. However, all dogs, cats, and rabbits showcased for adoption shall not be younger than 8 weeks old, and the pet store must not have any ownership interest in any dog, cat, rabbit displayed for adoption. The recommendation from Animal Services is to accept public comment, adopt the proposed ordinance amendment by roll call vote, authorize the chairman's signature on the same, and direct board records to transmit the ordinance amendment and the coding form by electronic mail to the State Department within 10 days after enactment.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I raise your hands if you're here for this item? Because I know there's quite a few that we've worked with in the past. Only 2 today? Okay, that's cool. Well, what I was going to say was, and never asking to take away anybody's opportunity to speak in public, but if we had a full house.
Right, I was gonna do the same.
I know we worked very closely with you guys to do this, so I was going to be like, okay, maybe somebody, 1 or 2 speak if you're okay with it, and everybody else raise their hand in support if you're supportive of this. But there's only 2 of you today, so I know, again, everybody here, you know, and I can't remember, maybe it was Commissioner Mariano at the meeting and said, go ahead and bring this back and bring it forward, or Commissioner Starkey. And I know we all said at that time, we were in agreement of bringing this forward.
Yeah.
So I just don't see there needs to be a whole lot of discussion today because we had it.
We won't take
we had it
away
last time.
anyone's rights, but I
Exactly.
think this is gonna sail
let 'em
through.
speak for a while.
But I do have a question for you, but
Yes.
not on this.
Okay.
But before we make the vote, let me ask you this. Are you okay? Are you done talking?
I'm done. Yeah, we got to take public comment, but I was just wanted to make sure there wasn't, you know, if there was 50 people, could you maybe?
Well, let
have
me
somebody speak
ask,
for
is
all
there
of you?
any, knowing that this is gonna probably be a 5-0, can I say that? Is there any public comment?
We
Okay.
have one lady signed up, Anne Marie Cancio.
All right. Yeah, I think you're fine. But I think I forwarded to you an email where I have a constituent that works at a boat sales
Yes.
facility on
Yep.
19, and the cats are I never heard of cats hurting boats, but
Yeah, I've-
thousands and thousands of damage the wild cats on 19.
The wires.
And I've seen those cats running around, so I do want to go visit them with you, and
Yep.
because that's not okay. Yeah,
Yeah, we've got an officer going out to it to kind of assess the situation, see what's
Okay.
going on, so.
yeah.
we'll be
All
all
right, so I think I would entertain a motion.
Well, ask for public comment again,
Oh,
just
I
to be
did.
safe.
And we did have, I found another
Online.
name,
Okay.
Renee Rivard, and there's no one online for this item.
Seeing no one wanting to speak, I'll move for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Let's roll call.
Oh, is it?
Is roll call.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick. District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 3, Chairman Starkey.
Aye. If they could all be that easy.
Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay, where are we now? P70?
Give me 1 moment for publication. Item P70 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on June 1st, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item P70 is an ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map, map 2-15 and sheet 14, 15, 22, and 23, from VMU-3, Village Mixed Use Type 3, to VMU-2B, Village Mixed Use Type 2B, on approximately 1,773 acres of real property located east of Curly Road, north of the Zephyr Hills bypass, amending policy FLU 6.5.14, applicability and effect on existing development approvals, Pasadena Hills, figure PH5, PH-6, and PH-7, table PH-2, PH-3, and PH-4, and providing for additional text amendments as necessary for internal consistency, providing for repealer, severability, and an effective date. This comes with a recommendation of approval, and we would request a roll call vote.
Board members, do you want a presentation?
Madam Chair, staff detailing me, and I'm fine with this. I'm good.
Okay, I as well, so,
Public comment.
so this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak to P70?
I have no one signed up and no one on WebEx for this item.
Move
Okay.
approval.
Second?
All in favor? Aye.
call.
A roll call vote, I'm sorry.
Roll call.
I
Got a
think
few
the
more roll
next
calls,
few ones
Madam
are
Chair.
roll call. No,
District
this is the
1,
last
Commissioner Oakley.
Maybe.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Fitzpatrick. District 5, Commissioner Mariano. District 3, Chairman Starkey.
Aye.
Well, that actually was the last one.
Okay, so now we're moving on to public hearings. Will the county attorney please review the proceedings for rezonings?
Be happy to, Madam Chairman. There are two rezoning agendas, regular and consent. Staff will present each application to the Board of County Commissioners. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended approval and there is no opposition, the application will be considered by the board without further presentation. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended denial, or if there is opposition to the application, the applicant will be given 5 minutes for presentation. The opposition will be given 3 minutes for each individual, or 5 minutes for a group representative. The applicant will be given 3 minutes for rebuttal. Any individual disagreeing with staff or Planning Commission recommendation, or anyone wishing to object to any condition of the rezoning, may at this time request the petition be pulled from the consent agenda, in which case that application will be heard under the regular agenda later on during the meeting. Otherwise, all rezoning applications on the consent agenda will be approved by a single motion and vote. If you wish to speak to any petition, please give your name and address and whether or not you've been sworn for the record. These are quasi-judicial public hearings. The law in Florida is mere public support or opposition of an application is insufficient for this board to take action. Please limit your comments to those criteria found within the board's land development code. Madam Clerk, would you like to swear the public in?
Yes, if you are here to speak on any of the remaining items, could you please stand and raise your right hands? Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Item P71 was published in Tampa Bay Times on July 6, 2022 and August 24, 2022.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similar to item P68, item P71 was previously advertised for the October 11 BCC meeting. It was the adoption of this item, P71, was moved to October 25. There's no action required. This is just a notice to the BCC and the public.
Okay. Any questions, board members? Wow, we are still on. P72.
Item P72 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on August 17, 2022.
Item P72 is a land excavation operating permit and conditional use amendment request in the name of Massey Partners LTD. It's a continuance request to a date uncertain.
Continue.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
P73.
Item P73 was published in Tampa Bay Times on August 17, 2022.
Item P73 is a conditional use request in the name of Home Elite LLC and Priya Properties LLC / Urban 54 Estates for multifamily dwellings. It is requesting a continuance to December 6 at 1:30 p.m. in Newport Richey.
Okay, but I don't.
I
don't know if-
believe,
Yes?
well, I did speak with the,
It's a continuation.
I did speak with him, and it was, we were talking about, can he continue to November 15th? There was no one in opposition.
Well, Commissioner's in opposition, so
Okay.
I'm not
I-
okay with what he's trying to do there.
Oh, okay, well,
Yeah.
that was
So,
originally my
take a
district.
motion?
Move to continue.
But I
I'm
wouldn't,
certain as stated by,
He said
Sorry,
December 6th, but I don't think
December
they'll be ready December 6th, but they can try.
There's
I would-
already, you're a second? I think you have a second over here. Good.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 I would nay.
P74.
Item P74 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on April 20, 2022 and September 7, 2022.
Item P74 is a zoning amendment, the name of Hale Collier MPUD Master Plan Unit Development. This is a continuance request to November 15, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. in Dade City.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Just a quick comment on this one. I had a meeting scheduled with the applicant, but they rescheduled because I guess they decided there was going to be a continuance. So we're waiting on our meeting with the team and staff as well. But I did watch the planning commission meeting. This bad boy needs a lot of work.
I'm gonna go out and drive that
In my
road. I
opinion.
haven't had a chance.
Yeah, this one needs a lot of work. From what I saw in that planning commission meeting.
Okay, do we take a motion?
Move to continue to a date uncertain?
No, it's 11/22.
Second.
Oh, boy, good luck with that. Move to continue
This
to
is-
date and time certain then.
It's
Wait.
November 15th.
Okay, on here,
It's not gonna be ready. It's a shit show.
that's incorrect. What's printed here? Is that what you have? Continued. Where's the date? Oh, down there. Oh, sorry, I was on the wrong one. Okay, that's correct. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I made the motion.
I did.
Okay, that's all.
P75?
Item P75 was published in Tampa Times on August 17th, 2022.
Item P75 is a conditional use request in the name of Holiday Square LTD Johnson/US 19 in Flora. Conditional use for multiple family dwellings in the C2 General Commercial District located in southwest Pasco County on the east side of US Highway 19, approximately 120 feet south of Flora Avenue, containing approximately 13.658 acres. And this comes with a recommendation of approval with conditions.
All right, I think we're going to get a presentation on this one.
This is a consent item.
Oh, consent?
Yep.
Oh. Okay, we'll leave it on the consent. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this item?
I have no one signed up for this item and no one on WebEx for this item.
And just so my fellow board members know, this is Fallujah, Mogadishu. We have worked on this property for so long.
Yeah.
So I am so excited to see this project come forward. And I think it will help all the retail and commercial establishments in that area. It'll improve the look of Pasco when you come across the line, because this is right on the line. And so with that, do we have any other consents? So-
One more,
Yes.
76.
Okay, we'll leave it on the consent, we'll go to P76.
Item P76 was published in Tampa Times on August 17th, 2022.
Item P76 is a zoning amendment in the name of Anmar Builders, Inc. /Krella Estates. It's a change in zoning from an AR agricultural residential district to a MF1 multiple family medium density district in northwest Pasco County on the north side of Shady Hills Road, east of Softwind Lane, containing approximately 19.231 acres. A revised memorandum was submitted, which indicated a new deed restriction for the multi-use path that would go to the South Coast path system.
Madam Chair,
Yep,
you say it's removing it or adding it?
Revising, fixing the language, adding it
So
basically.
adding it.
yeah, because I read what wasn't in there, and I thought that was gonna come up here today. So you have added that there will, I would like clarification on that. I am the Trails.
Liam Devine, Planning and Development. So what was added is actually in front of you today. The deed restriction was revised to add that multi-use trail for mobility fee credits. So that was included in there. So there should be a deed restriction somewhere with a sticky note on it that says P76 that was included. So that was revised to add that multi-use trail in there as a deed restriction.
And the fee credits come for the parcel that's not on their property?
I believe so.
Okay.
This is a very good addition and makes this a much better project. And I did have one question. And I know that they had a meeting. I guess I just kind of say this. I think this is a great area where if we can get some affordable housing into this project, it'll be really good for the area and the community. So whatever I can do to help as you have those conversations with our staff. I know we have money available. If you saw the article in the paper where counties are sending millions of dollars back to the feds that could be used to help ease the housing crisis for people less fortunate, we don't want to send any money back. We want to put it all to use. So, all right, with that, is there anyone here who wishes to speak in opposition to this item?
I have no one signed up and no one on WebEx for this item.
We'll leave it on consent, and I'll
Move
accept the
for
motion
approval
for the
of consent
consent.
agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, consent is done. And we are on to P77.
Item P77 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on August 3rd, 2022.
Liam Devine, Planning and Development, item P77. Before I begin my presentation, I've received several ex parte communications for Commissioner Starkey, Commissioner Oakley, Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Fitzpatrick, and Commissioner Mariano, which have been submitted to the clerk's office. This item does have an updated agenda, correcting a scrivener's error for finding of fact number 13, changing the date from September 1st, 2021 to September 1st, 2022. Item PDD 23-CU06 in the name of RR Sharp Properties LLC /813 Towing. It is a conditional use request for a conditional use for towing services and storage of vehicles in a C2 general commercial district. The subject site is located on the east side of Land O'Lakes Boulevard, approximately 700 feet south of Cove Lake Place. This is a look at the,
I was going to say, that's not it.
I think that was Mogadishu.
yes.
I know it well.
I think we have the wrong PowerPoint.
I didn't do it. I know you've seen me hitting the plug here, but I did not plug into the screen this time. And it's not
Okay, here we go. We're on the correct one. Just to recap, located on the east side of Land O'Lakes Boulevard, approximately 700 feet south, Cove Lake Place. This is the aerial view of the property. This is
Pardon me,
the.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Can we go back one slide?
Absolutely.
Can we see it? Yeah, that's great. I think I want to take a look at that just for a second, please.
Somebody's house?
That is Swan's Landing, I think, behind it.
No, it says
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Trumpet Drive.
So the surrounding future land use to the northeast and south is all ROR, and to the west is ROR and IL. The surrounding zoning to the north and south is C2, to the east is R2, and to the west is R2 and C2. The subject site is currently vacant on approximately 0.62 of an acre. The applicant is requesting a conditional use for towing services and storage of vehicles in C2 General Commercial District. The subject site has a future land use classification of RR under the comprehensive plan. The surrounding area is characterized by commercial and residential development, and access to the property is from Land O'Lakes Boulevard, an FDOT maintained arterial roadway with approximately 120 feet of right-of-way width. This is a conceptual view of the proposed conditional use project. I will make a note here that to the east is a type B buffer. In your conditions, it will actually be a type C buffer, but a little bit shorter than our normal type C buffer. It will actually be 15 instead of 20. The reason for that was to have increased shrubs and trees along there that wouldn't normally be provided in a type B buffer. This is coming with a recommendation for approval with conditions from Planning Commission and Planning Development Department. I'm here if you have any questions.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, before we go to public comment, because I think we have some people signed up,
We
am
do.
I correct? Okay, for
You
public
do.
comment. Just a few questions for the team. They're looking for a conditional use to put this facility there. Tell us, I mean, again, talk about some of the things that are currently allowed on C2, for example. Just give me an example.
So within C2, and I don't have the whole list of permitted uses, but there's retail, there's office, professional office, medical, quick service restaurants, self-storage is there.
Yeah.
That's also allowed.
Well, that wouldn't go there because we got rid of it, be able to do that on 41 that
Yep.
close, so that wouldn't go on that lot. Okay, so there's a number of items there. So just a question, if you don't mind. I did watch the planning commission meeting. Not all of it, because it was very long that day.
I watched the whole thing.
Yeah.
Took me 5 tries.
Yeah. A lot going on. But I do want to hear public comment. But, you know, ex parte, I talked to 2 citizens. I think it was Thursday or Friday, Andy, if I'm not correct, you just nod your head. Yeah, Thursday, Friday, before I left. You know, with us, and I'm just trying to get the mindset of the team here. One of the things we did a few years back, along 41 and 19 and 301, was implement this blight ordinance. Because one of the things we were trying to do on that district and those areas was to, you know, clean up the area, let's say. And I know Commissioner Starkey and I think Mariano and Fitzpatrick too, I mean, had a lot of concerns about, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm going to put words in your mouth, but against, with some of the fly-by-night auto buy here, pay here places along some of the corridors that were,
Yep.
you know, am I on the same page? Okay. Up front on those roads, like 19, and then 41 is one of those places we have some issues as well. And again, correct me if I'm wrong. Storage of vehicles. So this applicant, I'm going to make an assumption, is not the type of towing company that is out cleaning up, has a contract with our sheriff's office or the local police departments in some of the cities, versus we're going to go out to a bar or restaurant, you left your car overnight, or you're parking in a no parking zone. They're going to take your vehicle, drive there, drop it off, and you got to go get at a hawk, essentially.
I believe that is correct, but
Okay.
I would defer to the applicant to better explain
Okay.
their
Okay.
type of
No, I
business.
appreciate it. So I guess I'm just trying to, you know, give me an idea of your mindset, because this is a conditional use, right? It's already zone C2. So there's a lot of uses that could go there now that could benefit Pasco County, could benefit the citizens along 41, more job creating sites, versus a situation where we're gonna have to worry about vehicles being stored. We're abutting, go back to that screen if you would, like three back if you would, with the
The
homes were.
conceptual or the aerial?
The aerial, please.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So I'm looking at this property, and I literally see 1, 2 homes directly behind this property. Now I'm gonna tell a little story. It's not a fun story, and I told it to Terry and David Goldstein. We were at lunch break earlier, and Andy as well, my legislative aide. Back in the late 90s, I had my car stolen one time. Literally had my car stolen at 4 o'clock in the afternoon in front of where I lived, and it was in Hillsborough County. I had planned on going on a weekend fishing trip down in Naples. And, well, guess what? That didn't happen because I didn't have a car to drive there. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I decided, let me load my car up, you know, put everything I basically, you know, all my fishing gear, and I even, silly me, had a book bag in there with my checkbook and wallet already.
Oh.
That's gone too. I said, let me go take a shower. 20 minutes later, come back down, it's gone. Car's gone. Find it, I get a call at 2 in the morning. And I won't name the place, but I got a call from the sheriff's. I said, oh, well, okay, let me find some. My wife worked nights. She was a registered nurse. She was working nights. I said, let me find a friend to take me down there to get my car. They go, well, no, we had it towed. I go, why'd you have it towed? I'll just come get it. Well, they did some damage to it. I had to go get at a hawk. I literally had to pay to get my own vehicle that gotten stolen at a hawk. And I said, why didn't you just start it? Well, they pulled the steering column off. I said, I watch a lot of TV. You can just take a screwdriver and start your car, right?
Prior life.
Well, guess what? I did. I borrowed a screwdriver, and they said, make sure you bring that back. Okay, they just charged me $1 zillion, but I'll bring it back. Started my car and got out of there. Wasn't happy with the law enforcement at that point in my life on that day because they towed it. But I will tell you this. There was a lot of cars, and there was a lot of action going on. Probably by then it was about 4 in the morning. Lots of lights, lots of people getting their cars out. Now, mine got stolen. Those folks, you know, were getting towed for whatever reason. It wasn't slow. It was busy. So I have a huge concern about a situation that at 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, we're going to have all this action of people. And I probably raised my voice that night, too, a couple times when they told me how much I had to pay. So there might even be a little yelling and screaming out in the parking lot at that time at night. So I guess I'm just kind of bedazzled a little bit of, I guess, why we're, because there's so many opportunities. Yeah, and I appreciate them applying, but there's a lot of opportunities around here, industrial areas, probably areas that don't have actual homes 5 feet behind the lot, where there's gonna be lights and things like that. So help me out here. What do we, how do we get to this point where staff's recommending approval of something like this?
Yes, so the way staff came to their conclusion is there's commercial to the north and to the south. To the south is a marine shop, right, that has boats that have been stored there. They're also a fronting along Land O'Lakes Boulevard, which would be ideal for commercial. So while there is residential behind them, because this is a conditional use, we can provide conditions to mitigate any sort of impacts that are being produced by this conditional use and this type of use here. However, I will say in these conditions, there's nothing in here that is limiting the hours of operation. And that was because the applicant stated that once you limit those hours of operation, the site no longer works for them.
So that's a great, I apologize, Commissioner. Thank you. You just kind of made my point a little bit there. This is gonna be going all night long, possibly, right? Depending on how good business they do. And you got homes right behind it. So that one to the, I think it's the south, where you said that boat area is?
Yes.
The boat area. I think I'm familiar with that. They have a bait shop there too?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. I got my boat fixed there years ago, by the way. Nice guy. I have a feeling that he's been there a long time before there was any probably zonings done along that area in 41. Could be wrong, but I have a feeling he's been there a long, long time. I tried to pick my boat up when I got it fixed, like at 6 or 7. He said, no, I'm already closed. So I don't think he's staying up open too late himself. But I'll wait for public comment. I obviously have some concerns for this site.
I would like to share my concern, because you're sitting here talking about limiting hours of operation for a tow truck company. Now, if a tow truck company tows somebody's vehicle, they need to be open all hours of the night, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And in addition, when someone goes to pick up their vehicle and you have a tow fee and an admin fee and an hourly fee and a fuel charge and a daily storage charge and then whatever else other charges, people are going to go there irate. They're not going to be happy. They're going to be causing a scene. And then people behind the residents are going to be sitting there having to listen to this drama happen all throughout the night. They're going to have to make sure there's proper lighting so vehicles are not being damaged. So this shows a lot of concern.
Well, is the applicant going to make a presentation?
I believe the applicant is here, and I believe they do have a presentation.
Okay, let's do that. Then we'll take public comment, and then we'll be back to the board. All right, would the applicant like to speak?
Good afternoon. Chris with 813 Towing Service.
Can you, I'm sorry, can you also state if you've been sworn for the record?
I have been sworn.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I prepared a presentation for today, so if you'd like to take a look at it,
Okay.
it's there.
Is that going to run, or are you going to?
There's a clicker here.
Oh, okay. I don't know how to use this. It's my company, 813 Towing Service. It's one of my trucks. That's the first page of my website, as a matter of fact. It's supposed to have sound too. Am I supposed to press something else? Yeah.
Give them a second.
In 2020, Pasco County's population increased.
If you go back and go forward, it should restart.
But can you turn that down a little?
That's here.
Okay.
Towing services are essential for high growth and developing counties. Pasco County is one of the fastest growing counties in Florida. According to the website www.pasco2050.com, Pasco County has experienced significant increases in population and employment over the last 50 years and is projected to continue to grow. Between 1970 and 2020, Pasco County's population increased by 639%. By comparison, with the same time frame, the state of Florida's population increased by 217%. In an article in the Vehicular News from September 28, 2021, Pasco County Commissioner Catherine Starkey tackled a number of key topics as a featured guest speaker of the East Pasco Networking Group breakfast meeting in Sucker Hills. She first addressed one of the more visible happenings, the county's surging population growth and its residential and commercial development. As the commissioner stated, obviously you know the county is on a tear. Florida's #1 engine for growth is getting people to move here. And you see that happening in our county. We're growing like crazy, said the commissioner, whose district seat includes Southwest and South Central Pasco. Every month we're breaking the records on the amount of permits we're getting compared to last year. The commissioner said she regularly receives calls from landowners who want to know if the county plans to approve their land to build apartments. The commissioner said that Pasco is actually facing an apartment shortage, despite the many Class A luxury apartments that have gone up in recent years. Yet, the commissioner emphasized that county leadership and decision makers are becoming very, very picky on where new apartments will be placed in the area. We do not want to give up commercial and industrial property for apartments.
Is this for this one or the towing?
In conclusion, towing services are essential. More people equals more housing development. More illegal residency equals more need for private property towing services. More traffic equals more cars breaking down, obstructing our roadways. This creates the need for a responsive and capable tow service, not only for housing communities, but also for county road clearance as to keep the flow of traffic clear.
And that is the presentation. And I wanted to add that on a personal note, I am a proud resident of Pasco County, and I have been for 7 years. I own property in Pasco County, and have been privileged to live in such a close-knit and reputation-based community. I completely understand a homeowner's worry of loss of property value. I assure you that I will do my best to keep all facilities up to code. And furthermore, I will ensure an organized, spacious parking lot that is adequately buffered from adjoining businesses and fellow neighboring communities. I, Christopher Grau from 813 Towing, wish to be a good neighbor.
Madam Chair, can I ask the gentleman something?
Yep.
Oh, and thanks for your presentation. I greatly appreciate you. Very, very respectful. It was very, very good. Very well done. Do you own that property now, or do you have it under contract?
No, it's contingent upon.
Oh, it's okay. You have contingency on it. Okay. I didn't know if you might have had something there in the past or something like that.
No, I've been waiting for the meeting of, get the approval to be able to purchase it, to go forward with the closing.
Okay. Yeah, I understand. So it's been vacant.
It's vacant.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right, we're going to take public comment, and then,
Okay, I just want to say.
unless you have questions. Sure.
If you go back to the last slide, please. So that white car would be towed and not just given a ticket?
That car was asked to be towed by security. I wanted to say this, it's very seldom that apartment communities in Pasco County ask us to roam patrol for violations. It's usually on an on-call basis. So whenever they need something removed, as of that trailer with taking up 3 or 4 spots with the F-450, that would be an on-call. Same as the one, that was the guard of security, that was actually in downtown Tampa. And that one also was on call by the security guard.
And do you have any agreements with AAA?
No.
Because I know for AAA, we need tow truck companies because people are waiting 6-7 hours to get their battery jumped, or they're coming to unlock their cars. So there could be a very good benefit for tow truck companies if they were accommodating the needs of Pasco County residents. But
We
also it
also
would be
do
very
that.
frustrating if someone had to go to work and their car was towed for parking on a wet line.
Hey,
Nevertheless, just like DOT has to control the roadways and the traffic on 41 or any major intersection, so do new apartment complexes. They need to control the traffic of who's in there that belongs and who doesn't. And usually that's done through a permit system.
When I listened to the planning commission, I did hear that you work for CDD districts and others. And listen, I think that's a legitimate need that we have.
Sure.
And my only question is this the right place for this? I think we need you, and I get the challenges of the 41 corridor because the way we've designed that road, you've got commercial on 41, then it's boom, residential.
Yeah.
And there's no network there to have some roads, or not very many, off of 41, where, in my opinion, your business is better suited. So I get the challenges, and looking at that area on the map, there's a lot of lakes behind there, and so having a road system or a grid that I talk about up here all the time with connected streets, it's a challenge for the 41 corridor, and but I'm just not convinced that that's the best site for you. But we're gonna take public comment, and then we'll bring
I
it
totally
back.
understand that 0.62 acre is not a huge site, and believe me, with the buffer for the range of amount of space I have to give for a vehicle to come in for stacking rights, it makes it even smaller.
Yeah.
The need in Pasco County for legitimate roam towing in private property is not that high. Yet I still have to have an area to cover all these communities that do need the service.
Yeah. So, all right, we're gonna take public comment now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have Norman Lancaster signed up, followed by Larry Shrewsbury. So, Mr. Lancaster?
I'm not sure, do I need to say I've been sworn?
You have to state your name and address and whether or not you've been sworn.
Okay. Norman Lancaster, 3650 Swans Landing Drive in Land O'Lakes. That's the community that is right behind the proposed site here.
And sir, have you been sworn?
And I have been sworn.
Great, thank you.
I have absolutely no objection to towing companies in Pasco or anywhere along 41 in general. The question is, does it belong there? And I'm glad to hear that some of you have the same question. The only reason for objection that I'd like to discuss today is noise. The Pasco County noise ordinance limits nighttime noise to 55 dB, except for occasional things that happen. Then you get another 10 dB. So that takes you up to 65 dB at night. 65 dB is the sound of a loud conversation, and it's the sound aloud from a motorcycle at night. So I ask you, towing trucks are not quiet vehicles. They have rattling chains, they have revving engines, they have sound of hydraulics. I was going to say backup alarms, but I understand that the company plans to turn them off if they remember. But the point is, would you like to have loud conversations and motorcycle noise at any time of the night behind your bedroom window? And the process of complaining about a noise violation seems to require that you have to actually prove that it exceeds the decibel level allowed. I don't know many people who have decibel meters, but even if they did, by the time you're awake, figuring out what's going on, you get your meter and get back up there, the sound that woke you up is long gone. So I encourage you all. The Planning Commission had 2 people on it who had the compassion to vote against this request, and I hope you'll have that same compassion. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Larry Shrewsbury, followed by Thomas Larkin, followed by Carol, is it Byersack?
We'll need your name and record.
Yes, ma'am.
Address.
Larry Shrewsbury, 21525 Trumpeter Drive, Land O'Lakes, Florida. And yes, I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
In the aerial pictures you saw, the one that had the swimming pool, that's my house. I know that you have heard from others in the past, and there are others going to speak, so I'm not going to take a lot of your time. What I'd like to do, specifically to Commissioner Moore, is present you with a motion to receive.
Motion to receive and file?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
A petition that was circulated on Saturday and Sunday to a neighborhood by myself and my wife, asking that while I too am a business owner and don't discourage business. I do think that it's an improper fit, and that petition was a unanimous, there are 55 homes there. The people that didn't sign it was because they were not home over the weekend. So I'd like to, this is your constituency, these are your voters, and this is what our community feels. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to speak.
I need this back. Thank you.
My name is Thomas Larkins. Address is 3703 Swans Landing Drive, Land O'Lakes.
And sir,
I serve.
have you been?
I've been sworn in, by the way.
Thank you.
I serve on the Homeowners Association Board for Swan Lake. There's only a couple of people I haven't spoken to personally about this matter. Overwhelmingly, they wanted me to come today to present their opposition. Some of the previous words you've heard already, especially from Commissioner Moore, kind of fit this in a nutshell. Compatibility for this type of business doesn't go real well in the location. You'll hear from the landowner from one of the sites next to it, and she'll reaffirm this. But from our neighborhood standpoint, the increased noise, the lighting that will go up on the lot to secure the vehicles, the in and out late at night, plus just the appearance outside doesn't make it compatible with what your commission's been trying to clean up already. So we just wanted to make sure that you understand from our point of view, we'd hope that you would not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. And next.
Carol Biersack, followed by Lonnie Piper, followed by Mike Ford.
I've been sworn in, Carol Biersack. I'm at 3546 Swans Landing Drive. I drew a little chart. My subject is traffic.
You're going to need to stand in front of the mic, though.
The microphone's
The
there.
microphone. Your mic, no.
Oh, microphone. Okay, I'll stand.
Thank you.
We've got one and only one entrance into the neighborhood. We're south of the lot that they're talking about. The lot is actually 3 more lots above what I've got here. So the development is divided from the road by this strip of lots. One of them is the lot under contention. This is northbound. When we do not have traffic lights in this area, we've only got these turnarounds. So when we come out of our entrance, we have 50 feet to get to this first turnaround. Next to us is a child care. They have a circle driveway. They actually have a bus drop other children off after school, and all these parents come, drop their children off, pick their children up. They have also access almost directly across from them to this same turnaround. There's 2 other businesses here. They all go to this same turnaround. We have to cross 3 lanes of traffic. This is the traffic that's going to increase with tow traffic. Likewise, coming south, anybody wanting to get to any of these places over here has to go to the next exit south, do another U-turn through 3 lanes of traffic to get up to go into these areas. Now, once you get across to do this turnaround, you sit here and there's a turnaround opposite you. This is the turnaround the towing company would use. When there's a tow truck or anybody sitting here, if you're sitting here waiting to make your U-turn to go south across 3 lanes of traffic, you cannot see past anything sitting here. The road kind of does a turn. So you have to wait till anything there leaves. Now this person to leave has to go across this 3 rows of traffic. And this traffic is what's going to increase with tow traffic. There's 50 homes here, multiple cars, over 50 homes, multiple cars per home. We've also got lawn service, deliveries, all those kinds of things. They're all having to do this going through to the 3 lanes of traffic, which would increase with vehicles, towing vehicles. It seems hazardous, dangerous. I've got my words here. Inconsiderate and irresponsible to add that towing traffic to what's already going on in this one little section. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Any
Thank
questions?
you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we have Lonnie Piper, followed by Mike Ford, followed by Lawrence Kwamina? Oh, right. Thank you. All right, if you could go ahead and state your name and address for the record and whether or not you've been sworn.
Ilona Roberta Silver Piper Buckle. I now reside at 3789 East Eagle Trail, Hernando, Florida.
All right, you may proceed.
Okay, I am the owner.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you sworn in?
Excuse me?
Were you sworn in?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I am the owner of the property that's next door to what you're looking to build. I owned the trophy business that was there. That building was built 24 years ago by my parents. Before that, they had another business. They had the same business. It was a little pink house. I don't know if any of you know it, out on 41. My parents were basically residents of Pasco County for at least 50 years. Like I said, I have recently moved. I moved to Citrus County. I have just been told that this is a business that wants to go in next to my business, next to my building. And they want to use part of my driveway as their in and out. I will not permit that. They want to hook up. I heard that they want to hook up to my lift station. I will not permit that. I was under the impression that 41 was supposed to be aesthetically pleasing. I don't think a towing company, I've seen pictures of their towing facility, and it's not aesthetically pleasing. If you want to grow 41, you can't put something like this there. That's basically, basically what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mike Ford, followed by Lawrence Kwamina.
Mike Ford, 3711 Swans Landing Drive. I have been sworn in. I was at the planning meeting, and a couple of you commissioners said you saw it, so you saw my comments, and little did we know there was a reporter in the audience, but that made the Laker. So I just want to, for the record, say exactly what I said. 1999, came up here to teach. 6 months later, I buy a house in the original Lake Pageant, 1,200 homes over there, which we all know that that's going to be in front of you very, very soon, some of the issues going on across the lake. That also impacts our side. But the commitment of your predecessors on the county commission was to make sure from 54, working its way all the way to 52, things got widened. There were many things that happened, but more so, there were many things that did not happen back then. Okay, there are major drainage issues up and down that road. There are major issues with U-turns, and high volume amount of cars, okay? I mean, in my opinion, as much as I like Connerton, there shouldn't be one more house approved until we straighten things out. I know that you guys have extensions on 52, you have the Ridgeview extension, it'll take some of the pressure off, but this has been going on for a very, very long time, okay? And remember, you have issues where you just heard that Mrs. Piper, I think, just stated, a lot of those businesses and a lot of those places weren't forced to go on to the city sewer. No natural gas lines were run. We have restaurants that are trying to stay alive, okay? And that's a problem. It's a problem for our neighborhood, not having natural gas. We're on propane. We're on this crazy system. There was a point where our neighborhood came in front of you, and there were certain provisions that had to be done in order for our 55 homes to be built. And it was controversial back in 93, 94, 95. It was. You go back and read all the minutes. You'll see it. So my global point here is, look, you're left with the responsibility of what your predecessors are. And 41 got left in the dust. We've seen the growth out in the west. We've seen the growth out in the east. And here's little Atlanta Lakes caught in the middle. Okay, so just keep that in mind as you represent us. You all ran for election. You're there to represent your areas and your constituents. But I said the same thing in the planning, and, you know, I'll say the same thing to you, you know. So I'm just trying to say very general. There's no sense repeating what everybody else has said. So.
Mr. Ford, are you on county septic and sewer, or are you on?
Our whole neighborhood has the fortune or misfortune of being a high-end neighborhood, but we have a propane loop system. 52, 53 homes, I think 23 of us don't partake in the propane.
What about your sewer?
Our sewer was approved by the planning department.
So you're not on septic?
We are on sewer, which again, it's a little bit of a sore subject when O'Reilly's got put in, because our lift station is tapped for that, as well as Sugar and Spice. So that was right when I was moving in the neighborhood. So, but that was where it went. So those went from well and septic to city sewer. So
That's a subject that I'm going to bring up later today. I was just curious.
I'm sure you will.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
One more?
Do we have one more?
Yes, Lawrence Kwamina.
And do we have anyone online?
We do not have anyone online for P77.
Okay.
My name is Lawrence Kwamina. I've lived in, and I've been sworn in.
And address.
Address is 21518 Trumpeter Drive.
Thank you.
And actually, I live right across the street from Mr. Shrewsbury in terms of on the inner side of our pond. So I face the wall and face his house, whereas on the opposite side of that wall would be this new business that wants to go into that area that I'm hoping that you do not approve. And I've lived in this neighborhood since 1997, when 41 was just 2 lanes. And I've seen the growth, I've seen the changes, and people used to laugh saying, well, you live way out there in Pasco County. And probably some of you are familiar with that. It used to be somewhat of a joke. Why do you want to live way out there? Well, I saw what was going to happen, how it's going to be beautified, how things were going to be so nice. Sometimes we even drive and go to Dunedin, some of these places where you see trees and all these things. And I'm like, wow, they're going to do that along Land O'Lakes one day. We're going to have trees. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be nice. And they said that's what they were going to do over the years. And we've been looking at things lately, and there's been some improvements. We've been looking at how things have been moving along and getting better. But when I hear about my neighbors being subjected, who live right across from me, to the fact that they're going to have noise from a tow truck company, and it's bad enough with the road, the amount of traffic that now goes by. The factor is that we know it's going to be increased amount of noise. We've got a sleepy little neighborhood that my child, who was 2 years old, is now 27, grew up in, whereas the kids could run through the neighborhood and have a great time. It was just a beautiful neighborhood. To change that, to make it whereas it's now, you've got a house or a neighbor who is being subjected to noise and sounds and lights and all of that, it's not conducive to our neighborhood and the whole community in general, because as you're all trying to do, you're trying to improve Land O'Lakes and trying to improve Pasco County. I don't see how having that particular type of company in that location would be beneficial. And that's basically all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's the last person who signed up, but is there anyone else here that wants to speak to this item? And we have no one else online?
No one's
correct?
online.
All right, so did you have a question for the applicant?
No, I didn't know if the applicant wanted to come back up.
Applicant rebuttal is
Oh, so you're welcome to rebut if you like, since you're representing yourself.
Say my name again? Introduce? No. Oh, okay. So, I'm listening to a few of the comments from everybody in the neighborhood. Noise. I'm able, if it is allowed, to set in an additional buffer of trees to go up to combat any noise that they think it might be happening in any night operation, which is not much. I'll get to that as well. If I need to build a soundproof wall of some sort, if that's allowed, I would do that as well. There's already an 8-foot cement cinder block wall there. So if I need to build an additional noise buffer, just to satisfy the neighborhood in the back, I can do that. The number of vehicles is the next thing, because the worry is that it's going to be an all-night affair with people coming and screaming and making all types of noise. The average number of vehicles that get towed a night is about 3 or 4 vehicles, give or take. And that is on the more heavier nights, which are usually on Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays. So it would be 3 nights a week that it would be in operation, usually around the nighttime. And it probably stops around 3 in the morning. And there wouldn't be any additional lighting or clanking of any metals of tow trucks. I have everything buffered with rubber hose to make sure there's no noise. All of my trucks are brand new, and they're certified quiet idle.
Can I ask you a question about your trucks?
Yes.
When they go backwards, do they go beep, beep, beep?
Nope, that is taken off. That is removed. Straight from the factory. I snipped that immediately. Okay, our vehicle release protocol usually cuts the amount of vehicles from experience in half. We run the Department of Motor Vehicles. We have access to Auto Data Direct to find out who the registered owner of the vehicle is. We run it before people come down to pick up their cars. That cuts it by 50%. Most of the time, they are the registered owners. I say about 35, 40% of the time they're not. It's a borrowed car. It's somebody else's vehicle. Therefore, that would turn the vehicle release into a daytime pickup. And I heard aesthetic and pleasing. The front landscape is going to be built to code and improved over the existing landscape. And that's what I heard that I need to cover.
Commissioner Mariano.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. Sir, I got to tell you, I think you run a good business. I think you will run a good business. I just think it's the wrong location. For a resident to be right behind you, as you say, till 3 o'clock at night, there could be a drop-off coming in 3 nights a week. It just, I wouldn't want to live next to it.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same way. Actually texted our county administrator, say, can we use some property on the complex we have out by the jail? Because to me that seems like more of an appropriate place for this kind of business. And frankly, I think, and we just redid our landscape ordinance to say that car dealers, vehicle storage, and all that, used to require a 75-foot buffer, which isn't realistic in a lot of places, but when we got rid of that, then that opened the door for this, and or the capability of this coming in. And I too just don't think this is the right location. And is it a possibility of doing a building where everything goes inside? That may be too expensive for this site, but I think we have a vision for 41 that, especially with Moffett and what we know is coming in, that doesn't include a use like this in that area. But I do think we need you, and I hope you can find another location. And if we have the ability to help you, I'd be fine with that. But I just don't think it's the right location.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
And on 41, looking at the plans in our book, it says it would be a modular office, so you wouldn't even have a cement building, or?
I haven't decided yet, but the cement building almost seems comparable in price for developing.
So again, keeping
wood truss roof.
beautification. I don't think a modular office would be aesthetically pleasing as well.
Yeah.
I don't. Commissioner Moore?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. I don't know if, I don't have any more questions for you. I didn't know if anybody had any more questions for the applicant, because while we have discussion.
I'm good.
What do you want to go ahead and, I think you can take a seat now. Sorry, unless you had anything else for us.
All right, no, that's it.
No? Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, just to echo some of your comments, we do appreciate when a business wants to expand and do well. I mean, it's your livelihood, and we can appreciate that, obviously. But I do, I agree that this location concerns me. We had a somewhat similar situation, I think it was last year, when it was a fuel station that was looking to go up on a major corridor as well. And it abutted some homes very similar to this. You remember that?
Was it right next to him?
Yeah, no, just saying, it was a similar situation. But the person already owned the land, and they came back and did something different, and they decided to build office. Okay, kudos to them, but they found a use for it. I like how Chair Starkey did reach out to the county administrator, so it might be a conversation that can be had. There might be a location, we could help you out with, because there's some great sites in Pasco County, especially around some industrial areas as well, that might be better suited for something like this. Because we want to see you be successful. But with this one, there's another number of things that concern me. So it's really not consistent with, I'm going to name some standards here in section 402.3. Number one, the proposed conditional use is inconsistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the adopted comprehensive plan, its elements or applicable portions. Therefore, specifically, it's policy 1.10.1, which is a compatibility review. The proposed conditional use will adversely affect or contribute to the deterioration of the quality of life or property values in the immediate neighborhood, because there are homes that do abut that very, very closely. Number three, the proposed conditional use is inconsistent with the character of the surrounding area, including the existing land pattern. Number six, the site upon which the conditional use is to be located does not have, nor will it have, screening and buffering sufficient enough, actually, to prevent interference with the enjoyment of the surrounding properties, particularly as it relates to noise. And number eight would be the proposed conditional use will otherwise adversely affect the health, safety, or welfare of the surrounding community or area. So with that, I do make a motion to deny this application.
Second.
Okay.
Is that a roll call vote or what?
No.
Not a roll call.
Okay,
No, not a roll call.
all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So, we do want you in the area, but not that location. So I hope you can find another successful location. And staff, I hope you're listening to us. Because I don't want people to spend money and effort when they don't have that opportunity to be successful.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think we'll be working and getting with the team too, and talking about, the conditional use process. And I mean, obviously everybody's welcome to apply. It's just, maybe they can help you find a better fit without having to go through this long, lengthy process in the future. Because time is money. I get it.
And
land use attorney's not bad to help you out either. I mean, I'm not trying to promote or somebody in that realm that could possibly assist you as well.
I did want to say, in looking at the pictures, and I've been going up and down the map here, and I remember when we added those trees to US 41. We got a grant from the state, and Commissioner Muelleri worked on that. And then they came in, they started yanking out some of the trees, and we got them to stop. I sure would like us to see if we can go back to putting some of those oak trees back down the middle of US 41.
So, Madam Chair, I mean,
Yeah.
I've worked very closely with Rep. Zika. We had the appropriation, it just
Yeah,
didn't make it to the final
But
hurdle.
we have the money for the trees.
Yeah, well, if we can
Yeah.
do it ourselves, that'd be great, thank you.
Remember, you can't put a tree where you block the view of a billboard, sadly, but we should be able to put some more trees down that 41, US 41.
Can we take a 5-minute break for the next one, because this might be long, I see a lot of people speaking. Do you mind? Or you can get started, I gotta walk out for a second.
P78.
Just 78 show.
I don't have anyone signed up.
Right, we have one more, P78, and then we'll take a 5-minute break.
Okay. Item P78 was published in Tampa Bay Times on August 17th, 2022.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We got you.
Liam Devine, Planning Development, item P78, PDD 23-7634 in the name of MJW Group, Inc., Viceroy Apartments. It is zoning amendment from MF2 Multifamily High Density District to MF3 Multifamily High Density District. The subject site is located on the west side of Wood Trail Boulevard, approximately 175 feet north of Old County Road 54. This is an aerial view of the subject site. The surrounding future land use to the north is Res 6, to the east is Res 6 and ROR, to the south is ROR, and to the west is Res 9. The surrounding zoning to the north is MF2 and R4. To the east is R3, R4, and MF2 and C2. To the south is C1, and to the west is MF1. The subject site is currently undeveloped on approximately 2.8 acres. The applicant proposes to develop the property with 67 multifamily dwelling units in conformance with the MF3 multifamily high-density district standards. Currently, the property is zoned MF2, which would allow 50 dwelling units. With this subject request to go to MF3, that would actually just increase the density by 17 dwelling units to a total of 67 dwelling units. Access to the property is from Wood Trail Boulevard, a county-maintained local road, approximately 60 feet of right-of-way. The surrounding area is characterized by commercial and residential development, and on August 24th, 2022, you guys approved a comp plan amendment to change the future land use to Res 24. This is coming with recommendation for approval from Planning Commission and Planning Development Department. I'm here if you have any questions.
I don't have any questions. Are we gonna get a presentation from the applicant? No? Okay, I personally love this project. Board members, are you familiar with this project?
Madam Chair, I had met with the applicant and it's already zoned multifamily, so just increasing the density. We're not changing commercial or office to multifamily. It's already multifamily, so I don't have any issue with it.
I guess I would ask the applicant, I'm trying to remember, I don't think I have my notes with me from my meeting, but we did, I don't know, I remember doing some suggestions of things in our meeting, and I didn't know if anything changed from our initial meeting. I think we were trying to just improve it a little bit.
Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard, Newport Richey, for the applicant. We are at the rezoning stage. There have been changes to the site plan made, and listening to comments.
Yeah. And Ms. Willett, for the record, you were sworn.
Yes,
I
a
saw
while
you.
ago.
But I just want to make sure. Okay.
All right, this is a public hearing. Does anyone want to speak to these?
I have no one signed up and no one on WebEx for this item.
All right, back to the board.
And I believe there was no one in opposition as well, so I would do a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. All right, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
to start. And we are on P79.
79.
And Terry,
You
you are?
there? Yep. That's special.
Mr. Pitos, you're up. Oh, my mic.
Oh, there you go.
Mr. Pitos, please, do you need to do anything to him?
I do. I need to do something very important for the record. Thank you, Mr. Pitos. P79 was published in Tampa Bay Times on September 21st, 2022.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item P79 is a zoning amendment in the name of Seven Oaks MPUD Master Plan Unit Development Parcel S19 by SD Wesley Chapel LLC. It's a rezoning request from an MPUD Master Plan Unit Development to an MPUD Master Plan Unit Development to modify the master plan to allow the conversion of retail commercial entitlements to multifamily entitlements on parcel S19. I'm going to keep my presentation brief today, given that much of my presentation is already on the record from the January 11, 2022 Board of County Commissioners meeting, which is also why I've included the previous case numbers on the slide that's on the overhead, along with today's case number slide that's on the slide. So the applicant previously proposed to modify the Seven Oaks MPUD to add multifamily as an alternate use on parcel S19 by utilizing a land use equivalency matrix. Currently, the allowed primary use on S19 is retail and the alternate use is office. The applicant previously modified the proposal for the Seven Oaks MPUD, which was, I believe, yes, which was heard in January, earlier this year, to add both multifamily and 20,000 square feet of commercial retail office space on S19 as a vertically integrated mixed-use building. And the Planning Commission at that time, in the previous hearings, voted 5-1 to recommend approval of the modified mixed-use proposal. And on January 11, 2022, the Board of County Commissioners voted 3-2 to deny the project, and then the project went into mediation. So post-mediation, in other words, today, the applicant continued with the modified proposal for the Seven Oaks MPUD and added with commercial retail office added to the multifamily, and continues to recommend or propose a vertically integrated mixed-use building with the following updates, as I've noted on the board, the 4 bullets. They've increased the minimum retail office commercial entitlement from 20,000 square feet to 25,000 square feet. They reduced the number of parking deviations to the Land Development Code because more vertical parking is made available within the updated version of the project. They have committed to the site plan building configuration of the site, which the applicant will speak to, and also to pedestrian safety, traffic calming features on the central drive aisle that separates the parcel from the north half and the south half. And they have agreed to work with Sam's Club or Walmart to extend the pedestrian walkway safety improvements across the site so that it's not just in front of their 2 buildings on the north and south, but also extend eastward into the Walmart property, provided that they agree to it. This is just a brief reminder in terms of where this is located, right off of State Road 56 and Ancient Oaks Boulevard. It's the property highlighted in the red here. It is zoned MPUD, located in a Res 3 future land use. This is the location of parcel S19 in the overall Seven Oaks MPUD, all the way at the south end by State Road 56 and Bruce B. Downs on the east. So, and some of the history here, this was part of a DRI previously, and the MPUD was modified several times in the past to revise primary and alternate approved uses on the associated land use equivalency matrix. The most recent substantial modification was in November of 2019 to allow the brewery that went just east or west on State Road 56. As it was originally proposed, the modifications to the MPUD were found to be inconsistent with the provisions of the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan. This was when the project was only proposing multifamily. By January of 2022, the Planning and Development Department found it consistent with the comprehensive plan through the use of a vertically integrated mixed-use building strategy that incorporated the commercial and office entitlements into the project. BCC, however, found it inconsistent at that time. As it is currently proposed, the project remains similar and familiar to what was seen in January of 2022, with increased non-residential square footage in the vertically integrated mixed-use building concept, reduced parking variations, which is an improvement over what was previously brought forward, and enhanced pedestrian experiences along the east-west drive aisle that separates the property into the north and south halves. This is just a repeat from January. I won't go through it all, but in general, a third, if you will, random model analysis was not conducted for this case because that in January we were looking at 20,000 square feet and found it to be the analysis indicated negligible revenue differences over the 10-year average, and so by adding more to the total square footage for commercial office, it was not going to change a recommendation that had already been made for approval. These are some of the policies that we discussed back in January. I won't go through all of them. They're part of the presentation. Again, some of the policies and ideas that were discussed back in January as a reminder to the board and to the public of what we talked about. These being some of the Land Development Code items and how they were addressed. And then finally, we stand before the board today recommending approval with conditions. However, there are options associated with this project. As always, there is the option to deny the proposal, and then there's also the option to direct yet another course of action for the project. And with that, I will complete my presentation. Oh, I should mention too that we have received many ex parte communications from all the different board members. These have been compiled and submitted to board records by staff.
Thank you. Okay, can the applicant present, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joel Tu and Associates, Palm Harbor, Florida. I am land use counsel for the property owner and the applicant, which is SD Wesley Chapel LLC. As the chair will recall, I was granted 15 minutes, and I have been sworn. Thank you. And I was granted 15 minutes for initial presentation, 5 minutes for rebuttal, but just as Mr. Pitos did, I'm going to be absolutely as brief as possible. This is a proposed mediation settlement pursuant to Section 70.51 of Florida statutes, which provides a specific procedural mechanism to resolve zoning disputes prior to going to further litigation. We went through the full process. The mediator allowed the CDD and other interested parties to participate, so we had discussions with staff, the CDD, and other representatives in the process. We did come to terms of agreement with your county staff for proposed settlement. Those terms were rejected by the other participants, but pursuant to the statute, at the end of the day, it's between the property owner who has the property rights and the county to decide the terms of the settlement. The other parties obviously have the right to speak, but not a right to be a party to the settlement. This, and it is very important, we've been to the Planning Commission twice. We spoke with you once in a very lengthy hearing. I am not going to rehash all of that hearing, but I'm going to very briefly summarize the key points just to refresh recollections and in anticipation of some of the arguments that may be made in opposition. It's important to note what this is, and Mr. Pitos alluded to this. The underlying matter is a master plan modification only. It is simply a map change. It is not an MPUD rezoning. It's not a change in the zoning. It is simply a map modification. As he explained, the map has a table that has permitted and alternate uses for parcels. And this is simply a map change that would also allow the multifamily use on this parcel as part of a mixed-use, vertically integrated configuration. Now, having said what it is, that it's just simply a map change, let me tell you 5 things that the proceeding is not. And this is critical to the arguments being made against us. Number 1, it is not a rezoning for new density or new entitlements. The approved vested DRI and approved vested MPUD already approves 1,726 multifamily units within the MPUD. 1,726, which may be apartments. Secondly, only 588 of those multifamily units have been constructed to this day in Seven Oaks. Therefore, if you add our additional 320 units to the 558 which have been built, if we're approved and constructed, there will still only be 878 multifamily units. And if you divide 878 by the 1,726 approved, you will find that we still will only be at 50.8%, 50.8% of the allowed multifamily units that the board previously has specifically approved as vested entitlements for this DRI. Secondly, it is not the introduction of a new multifamily product. As I just stated, apartments were approved from the get-go in Seven Oaks, and not only apartments, but a lot of apartments. Think about 1,726 apartments that were approved. Everyone who moved into Seven Oaks knew there was a master plan and knew there was a zoning for a mix of uses that could include 1,726 apartments. It is disingenuous to now say that no one anticipated apartments in the MPUD. In fact, there are 2 existing multifamily parcels constructed, one just north of us and one west of us, that are within the MPUD. Interestingly, they both are on the perimeter of the MPUD, just as we are. They're not internal to what you would consider the internal single-family detached neighborhood. With that said, there are existing approved multifamily parcels internal to the MPUD. There are parcels that are approved and designated for apartments interior. So if having apartments interior with traffic coming and going to apartments is okay, why would apartments on the exterior that's not bringing those trips into your single-family subdivision, why would those be objectionable? Thirdly, this is not the first land use equivalency matrix conversion to be proposed in Seven Oaks. The land use equivalency matrix, which as you recall allows you to change between uses based on a predetermined Institute of Traffic Engineers formula, has been done 17 times in Seven Oaks. 16 of those were done before we applied. One has even been done since we applied.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yes.
Did you say 17 times in Seven Oaks or in the county?
Seven Oaks, 17 times in Seven Oaks. And more importantly, they were all done administratively. No one came and asked you, Mother, may I? Because under the DRI, there is an absolute right to make those conversions, okay? I provided a legal memorandum when we started this requesting that conversion and that it be done administratively. That was denied for the stated reason that, oh, you can't do it because the map doesn't say you can do apartments there. But there's no question about the right to be able to do the loom conversion, in my legal opinion, and I submitted a legal memorandum on that. Point number 4, and this is the segue to the loom conversion. Point number 4, there will not be any increase in traffic. And let me explain that. The land use equivalency matrix, as I said, by definition, is based upon a 1-to-1 equivalent trip conversion. So by definition, whatever number of apartments you propose matches exactly the same trips that the equivalent square feet of retail would produce. So when you invoke the loom, the whole purpose for that is to make sure it is traffic neutral. So all the arguments today that we're going to generate more traffic is simply empirically, professionally untrue. It's false. Your traffic engineers will tell you that the loom is based on a 1-to-1 trip equivalency. And the square feet we're converting to the apartments ensures that the 320 apartments will equal exactly the trip generation that the retail would have generated. Now, in this case, our project will generate less traffic than if the full allowed retail was developed. And the reason for that is we don't require all of the retail square footage to convert to the 320 units. We will still be leaving retail square footage theoretically on the table. Now, it's not going to get used in parcel S19 because we're using up all the land. So we'll only have the 320 apartments and the 25,000 square feet. But we absolutely, as a scientific truth, will not generate more daily trips than would have been generated if it was all retail. We'll generate less. Fifth and last, on what we are not an increase in the reasonably anticipated use or demand upon the CDD facilities. And let me explain that. It goes back to what we've already talked about. When the CDD was established, there was an approved vested MPUD that authorized 1,726 apartments. Okay? So whatever CDD facilities that whomever decided to design and build, they built that knowing how many units this board had approved for that project. Even if our apartments are built, again, you will only be at 50% of what reasonably was anticipated under the zoning approval to be accommodated by the CDD. Our parcel, in fact, is in the CDD. We have CDD assessments. Mr. Gelder's company is going to have to write a check for that assessment, and it includes permanent, ongoing operating and maintenance assessments. So he is going to have to pay in perpetuity, just like everyone else. With that said, even though they certainly reasonably should have contemplated the units that were vested and approved, with that said, we're going to have very minimal impact. They're going to have the best of both worlds. They're going to get stock developments, assessment checks, but because of the nature of this project, which you've seen with our specific targeted amenities, our high-end luxury amenities, most of those residents, most of the time, are going to use those facilities that are built for them on that site. May a few people occasionally go to the other facility or go walk a trail? Sure. But in terms of the main impact on your recreational facilities, we simply are not going to add much to that. And to the extent we do, we're a mandatory member of the CDD. We have to pay our money. We're going to pay our money. And so we have the right to do that. And that can't be denied. You know, that's what we aren't. And the reason I say that is please don't get misled by arguments that try to argue points that simply are empirical, adopted facts. Now, as Terry did to save a whole bunch of time going through history, I want to go directly to our proposal. But before I do that, just for the record, I need to incorporate by reference the prior binder of exhibits that we introduced in the record at the Planning Commission on September 19th of 2021 by reference, the addendum binder that we introduced at the Planning Commission on December the 9th of 2021, all of the transcripts of the prior hearings and all of the testimony at the prior hearings, which you heard in January. I just want to make sure the record's clear that we're incorporating by reference all of that information. And the last thing I have, which I submitted to PDD last week when it arrived, but it was after your agenda package, so Mr. Pitos asked that I introduce a copy with the board clerk. Terry talked about the economic impact comparisons, that even at the 20,000 square feet, it basically was an even basis between the mixed-use project and if it was purely retail. We did have Tom Lavash at WTL, who testified to you previously and who has been an economic consultant for the county. He updated his report at the 25,000 square feet plus the 320 units. That shows the further increase of revenue and jobs over obviously what would have been generated at 20,000. So if the board would be kind enough to receive and file, I'll just give this to the clerk.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now, with that said, the important thing is what have we done since January to hopefully convince 3 or more of you that this project, in fact, is what Pasco County wants, what it's asked for, and what it should encourage. As you know, it's an urban infill site. Just as a reminder, those are professional offices to the north. Those are not residential. Professional offices to the north and the northwest. Sam's Club to the east, multifamily to the northeast, and to the west, just off the screen, multifamily. So we're surrounded by multifamily, professional office, retail, and multifamily. So there is no serious question about compatibility at all. Most of you have seen this. This is the central drive aisle, how it will look. This is not a hypothetical. Between the January hearing and now, while we were doing the mediation, Mr. Gelder paid his architect to design the buildings and to design the site. This is how that central drive aisle will look under the terms of the new conditions of approval. It will have parking on the street to help calm traffic. It will have the dedicated bike lanes. It is extra wide, as you can see. That streetscaping is mandatory. We'll talk about that in a moment. And the whole idea is to create the sense of place and to help calm the traffic. Here are the summary of the changes. As I said, we've reduced the retail office component from 20,000 to 25. Why did that happen? 2 reasons. We heard you loud and clear that you wanted us to maximize the employment portion of this that could fit in the building. Keith told you back in January that he only had so much room in the building. This will max out the first floor of that main building. We've added the streetscape and the traffic calming. We're committed, and this is critical because this is mandatory vertical mixed use. This is mandatory structured parking. This isn't if or maybe. That structured parking has allowed us to eliminate the parking deviations, which were an issue for some of you. Understandably, last time you were concerned about why we're granting parking deviations. By doing structured parking, we've been able to reduce that.
How much more do you have, Joel?
2 minutes, literally, one minute.
Okay, 1 minute, 1 minute, speak
Okay.
fast.
Will do.
Because I asked him a question.
Okay, so the pedestrian features, going to number 7, and this is important, and you've all seen this in the conditions. We have a high visibility crosswalks, we have pedestrian and vehicular warning signage, we have pedestrian activated push button signals, and they will light up the lights in the pavers for the crossing at night, and we have the raised roadway paver crosswalks. Again, it is site plan specific. You don't see this in MPUD rezoning. We are committing to this specific site plan, this specific building configuration, this specific building design, and these specific pedestrian enhancements. So with that said, that's the proposal. Your planning commission recommended approval before. Your planning department has reiterated its recommendation of approval. We think we've addressed the pedestrian safety concerns from the prior hearing, and we respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
Okay, are there any questions for the applicant?
I do have just one at this time, and I'll just wait for public comment. Mr. Tu, go back 1 slide for me, if you would, please. Oh, I'm sorry, apologize. One more. I can't do it.
That one? This one or another one?
Your mic.
Which one you want?
Oh, is it not? Is it go off again?
This one?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. One more. There, thank you. I appreciate it. Let's go to number 8. Committed to off-site pedestrian safety measures subject to Sam's Club approval. When I had my meeting last week, I think it was, last week, okay, with Terry and David, they had mentioned this, but you were waiting on a letter from Walmart Corporate. Has that come in yet?
Yes, sir. I sent David a response on that either yesterday or today. We sent the letter initially to the contact person we had, and they said that to get a formal review, they had to have 2 things. They had to have detailed plans to show exactly what we were talking about doing on their crosswalk, and we had to show them that we had county approval for the project. They did not want to approve something that you had not approved. So it's kind of a chicken and an egg. And the other thing is that we absolutely, and Keith Gelder can address this, we're absolutely committed. I want to show you what they have now. Here's what we're talking about. See, they have the designated crosswalks. This is the end of our property. That's the central drive aisle. They have the crosswalk marked in the asphalt. They have the handicap ramp for the sidewalk all the way to the front door. What we're talking about doing is getting them to let us put the raised pavers in the part going across their drive aisle and denoting that with the same type of notification system. But the short answer is they said you got to give us the exact plan details and you got to show us that Pasco County approves this. I talked to David about this. I firmly believe that something that will only improve safety on their site and help them control liability on their site, surely their corporate counsel at the end of the day and their business people, if persuaded by Mr. Goldstein and myself, will see fit to approve that. But with that said, we can't legally go work on their land that we don't own if they don't give us that permission. We're going to do everything in our power to get them to agree to that.
Follow-up question, Madam Chair.
Yep.
So, Mr. Tu, just, you mentioned the plan details, the plan details, I guess the architectural drawings or details that would need to be.
Construction plan that would be submitted to the county. See, that's the other thing. The county is going to have to approve a construction plan and issue a permit for that work on Sam's Club.
Yeah. So I guess that's just my question. If that's one of the things, obviously, you guys are selling today, right, to try to gain approval. If the plans aren't drawn up yet, you couldn't submit them to Sam's. So why weren't they drawn up and submitted to Sam's as part of your offer previously? Because it doesn't sound like you're ready for prime time yet.
We showed them, what we showed them is we showed them this exact crossing that we're constructing on our property, and we told them that we want to construct the same crossings at each of their drive aisles in their sidewalk. So we did provide them exactly the same thing that's in your zoning approval. And the reason is we won't even have detailed construction plans for our site until we have this approval. I mean, you have to have zoning approval to draw detailed construction plans. But I understand what you're saying. I think this is the tail on the dog. I've never had a zoning approval in Pasco County in 25 years that had a requirement for off-site construction on someone else's land unless that person agreed. Now, we've had to do it on public property.
No, I'm with you.
Right. So it's I guess my point is it's an additional voluntary enhancement that we have an obligation to do everything in our power in concert with the county to get them to let us build this. I can't imagine Sam's Club's going to tell you no, you as a county, if they want to develop Walmarts and Sam's Clubs in Pasco County. I mean, that would be foolish. But I can't speak for them.
All right, I'll just come back later. I just have another question on that, but I want to get to public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have A lot of people signed up. But I think there's a certain order that our public speakers wish to
There was a
go
group
in.
for an order, but they want to go towards the end, so
Okay,
I'll
so
call the
I'm gonna
ones.
let you manage that. Good luck.
Thank you. All right, the first that I have up is Theodore Rhodes, followed by Chelsea Waller.
Okay.
Oh, you want to go?
I would prefer to go last, but can we take people on, is there anyone on WebEx?
There's quite a few people, so do you want to do WebEx
It
first then?
doesn't, that's fine. We
Okay.
can do WebEx first if you're
Okay, so
okay
you're
with
gonna
that.
be
Or
the
you can go
last.
now and then.
I'd rather go never.
I hear you. You don't have to speak, it's, if you don't want to. Okay, so we're gonna take those
Okay.
folks on WebEx.
All right, so Eric, how about Lillian Burnett? Okay. Ms. Burnett, hold on just a moment. Okay, you have been elevated. If you could state your name, address, and whether or not you've been sworn, and then you can proceed. Ms. Burnett, we cannot hear you. You are
They said your
unmuted.
mic is now.
I just got a notice that your mic went on.
All right, can you hear me now?
Okay, we can hear you. You're very low. Can you try
Okay.
again?
Okay. Is that 100%? Okay, my name is Lillian Burnett. I live at 27451 Miss Flower Drive, and I have not been sworn in.
Great, we can hear you. Go ahead and proceed.
She has not been sworn in.
Oh, she has not been sworn in? You have not? Okay.
Wait.
None of the WebEx people have been, so.
Okay, we're gonna swear in all the WebEx people at one time. So if you're at home, you need to raise your hand.
All right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay. Thank you for letting me speak, Commissioners. I am urging you to vote no on the rezoning in Seven Oaks on parcel S19. Absolutely not the right location for 320 apartments. We already have traffic conditions getting into the community from State Road 56 at traffic times. The current 2 left turn lanes do not accommodate the growth we have experienced and create a major traffic debacle and is very unsafe. There will be several other residents speaking in more detail on these traffic issues. The issue here is not about not wanting more apartments. It's about adding another possible 640 homes, and specifically where these proposed apartments and retail would be. Personally, I am all for growth and pleased to see what has happened with the infrastructure in our once cow pasture areas. It's brought jobs and opportunities and choices for shopping and eating. I've lived in Seven Oaks for 18 years, and I also don't think that some of you have done perhaps your due diligence and are completely familiar with the impact of changing this zoning would have on our community. To keep the developers zoned it for commercial for a reason, to keep the landscape of the existing community to stay and remain the same with already existing commercial and professional buildings. I will say that Stock's development's renderings look beautiful, but allowing 3-story buildings would forever ruin the aesthetics of the entrance to Seven Oaks. My recommendation to Stock Development would be to build 1-story commercial professional buildings or to build this beautiful project that they're proposing north in Seven Oaks across from the new Baycare Hospital. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Tho Doan, but please wait one moment. We can elevate you. All right, you should be ready to go. We've got you unmuted. If you could state your name, address, and whether or not you've been sworn.
My name is Tara Dong. I live at 3400 Chapel Creek Circle. And yes, I have been sworn in. And I guess I just wanted to, to voice my opinion on that corner. It definitely is not suitable for multi-level apartments building. That is very, very congested area. Turning in, especially during the holiday season, it's impossible for me to get into Seven Oak from the highway, from the Bruce B. Downs even. So, and to add more apartments in that area, it's just not possible. I ask you to vote no on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Kathy Doyle is next. Just wait one moment while we elevate you. Okay, you should be good to go. There you go. You're now unmuted.
Hi, I wasn't really prepared to speak. I'm just here to listen and support everybody in Seven Oaks against the proposed apartments. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. James Cotlin, give us one moment while we elevate you.
Can you hear me now?
All right. Yes, we can hear you. Go proceed.
Okay. James Cotlin, 27434 Water Ash Drive within Seven Oaks, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. And to echo some of the other comments that were made, the attorney had addressed earlier that there was 2 apartment complexes within Seven Oaks, but we must consider the other ones that are within that also add density to that area. They got the Enclave, Bonterra. You also have Blue Heron Assisted Living apartments, which are in the back of Seven Oaks. Traffic is an issue, regardless of the arguments against. And it's an assumption that residents of the apartments would not use the Seven Oaks facility. So you can't base a decision on that assumption. That being said, I did want to stress the importance of keeping it commercial spaces and specifically the need for small business office spaces. My wife and I own a small business administration certified woman-owned small business, which is also a certified woman-owned business enterprise in the state of Florida. We are a Department of Defense contracting company, and as such, we are required to have office space within the greater Tampa area to support our customers down on MacDill, Special Operations Command Central, and then some of the others. And the office space requirements in this area are less than ideal. We do have business space located in the Seven Oaks, but we've been looking for the greater part of 2 years to try to get space in this area. We'd like to keep it in Wesley Chapel because we hire in the Wesley Chapel area to support our business, and rezoning this and adding additional apartments. And although there's commercial space there, it's not the ideal commercial space needed for independent office spaces due to security clearance restrictions on space and storage and whatnot. That is ideal in the offset business spaces that you see surrounding the Seven Oaks property. With that said, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. We have the last one for WebEx is Abby Mackness. Give us one moment, please. All right, Ms. Mackness, you should be able to speak.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Abby Mackness. I live at 2810 Place in Wesley Chapel. Again, I wanted to urge.
Oh, ma'am, I'm sorry. You have to state whether or not you've been sworn.
I have been sworn.
Thank you. Now you may proceed.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the opportunity. I wanted to mention, we are not anti-apartment. This is just really the wrong location. As others have said, the road infrastructure alone there are not going to support more apartments. The traffic there is already tremendously congested. During rush hour, either getting out or coming home, or already backing up into 56. And I would say I wanted to take issue a little bit with the commercial use that the lawyer for the developer was stating. With commercial use, most businesses open around o'clock in the morning. That's usually after rush hour, and stay open longer after people get home. So traffic patterns aren't at all the same. Again, it's already a very dangerous intersection. Adding more multifamily housing there is only going to make it worse. And again, as others has mentioned, in back by Baycare, there is plenty of space within Seven Oaks there for apartment buildings to be built without really congesting that area. That's wrong location for this project. And I thank you very much for this time, and I appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you very much, and that's all we have on WebEx. So I will move back here for those that signed up. We have Theodore Rhodes.
Thank you. I'm still surprised to be first, but my name is Theodore Rhodes. I reside at 3507 Grass Glen Place. Oh, I've been sworn.
Thank you.
Wesley Chapel, Florida, 33544. I would like to address two fatal flaws in the proposed Seven Oaks MPUD amendment proposal that is being considered. The first is the improper public-private regulatory responsibility transfer proposed. It's under section 34B13 of the revised MPUD document. And the second is the potential sky and sun blocking of the single-family residence homes to the north that could be caused by the increased height allowed by the modified MPUD provisions. As a developer, general contractor, broker, and real estate investor for over 40 years, I have never seen a public-private responsibility transferred, such as the one set forth in this proposal. If completed, it would undermine the well-accepted roles of public responsibilities by substituting self-serving private interests for overall public interests. Since zoning is a public duty, transferring financial responsibility for this public act appears improper at best and likely illegal. It also telegraphs the county knows that what is proposed should not be granted. Making someone else pay for a bad decision does not convert it to a good one. With respect to building heights, the original MPUD provided for uses with limited height on the subject site. Hundreds of homes immediately north of the site were built and sold based on these limitations. To allow substantially higher buildings with different uses than originally approved, and that could block sunlight and add unanticipated visual obstructions to these properties long after full build-out, undoes the meaning of planned unit development. If a developer can build under one set of rules to maximize home sales prices, and then change the rules to add less desirable components after the fact, then planned unit protections mean nothing. Commissioner Starkey cited this as the reason for her rejection of the proposed S12 Crown office development adjacent to the clubhouse. While the incompatibility and variance issues are obviously, oops, wrong page. Additionally, if approved, this revision will likely act as precedent for countless future proposals that will then be extremely difficult to decline. For the above reasons, as well as those to be described by other speakers, including but not limited to incompatibility of the proposed development, its contribution to already overburdened schools and local roads, and its lack of prescribed parks and public accommodations, the proposal should be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next I have is George Frazier.
Thank you. I'm George Fraser. I live at 27517 Edenfield Drive, and I have been sworn.
Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm a 16-year Seven Oaks resident, and I recommend it is my desire that the Board of County Commissioners vote to deny the parcel set S19 proposal. I believe that the county's response on January 11th of this year remains substantially the correct one. It should continue to direct development in accordance with existing decisions. Perhaps when there is no longer designated property for multifamily, then consider making these types of changes. The original presentation made by my fellow community members on January 11th and the concerns noted are mine as well. I do not believe that the proposal fits. It is not consistent with the original intent or the character of the area. The fact that variations to the LDC have to be made, meaning neighborhood parks, parkings, etc., does concern me. There is more demand or growth in commercial development in Pasco than multifamily housing, and my hope is that the board will focus on this with their vote. If that needs to change, then may Pasco County increase its efforts into using the existing zone land to promote apartment living to fulfill the need. I ask for each of your vote in denying this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Jim White.
My name is Jim White. I live at 2614 Millhopper Avenue in Brook Forest in Seven Oaks. I just want to, first of all...
If you've been sworn, and then, have you been sworn?
No.
Oh, okay. Please raise your right hand. We'll let you speak. Okay. Anyone else has not been sworn? Okay, we'll go ahead. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you. Again, from Brook Forest, and I'm coming from the standpoint of agreeing with basically everybody that's been here so far. My main concern is the traffic. What I would appreciate is if you would deny this proposal, and the reasons are that kind of go back to where I come from. I'm a San Francisco 49er fan. I'm glad to be here with the Tampa Bay Bucks and be glad I'm out of the San Francisco Bay Area. Now, why would I say that? Because California is a beautiful place. Well, it's easy, because if you go back there right now, you'll understand what your future may look like if we approve this kind of stuff. Now, I love Florida. This has been a great, we moved here in 2003, moved into our house in January 2004. So we've been there from the very beginning, seen the growth. Conversely, I saw the growth, Campbell, California, San Jose, Santa Clara, Silicon Valley, lived through all of that. And I can tell you, it's not about once the day that they get this project completed. It's the 5, 10, 15 years after that, because things build up, the traffic. It's an absolutely terrible location to have that. I drive through there every day, and I'm sure many of you go through there as well. The traffic on 56 is, well, it's not as bad as some places, but it's getting more congested. So you can see that's going on. Now, the good thing that I see is that there's so much land in Seven Oaks. Why does it have to be right next to Sam's Club? To me, that doesn't make sense. One thing that was brought up, and I'd like to throw it out there, I don't know if you'll agree with this, but the idea that the traffic patterns for multi-use family is going to be the same as office space or commercial. Well, if you live in these developments, you realize that there's a lot of young families, and those families have children, and they grow up, just like they did on the street that I live on. Multi-use family, they're going to have families, young children are going to grow up, there's going to be a higher density. But I think maybe the biggest thing is that that's going to be a 24/7 traffic issue. With commercial, you're going to have less than that. They may not be open on Sundays, they're going to have, their hours, but it's not going to be 24/7. So I think that the location is bad, traffic is going to be a lot worse down the road, and I hope you find a way to turn this down, because there's so many other places that they could build this thing. Thank you.
I was born in Redwood City.
Oh, cool. Bay Area. Yeah, there's a
I'm a
lot of
Bucks
us out
fan.
here. And more coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mike Garbett?
Redwood City is just south of San Francisco, near San Mateo.
Mike Garbett. I'm at 27433 Water Ash Drive, Wesley Chapel, and I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
The development of S19 for commercial or retail use in accordance with the master plan would provide more services for the residents of Seven Oaks and more jobs and tax revenue for Pasco County. It would also create traffic that would be spread throughout the day and not add to rush hour congestion in our community. On the other hand, 320 new apartments would add to the existing traffic in a way that was never planned. The county has not done a detailed study of what the new traffic patterns would be, taking the actual road infrastructure into account. Any trip to the north, for example, to Ace Hardware or the car dealers on 54 or the movie theaters, requires 3 left turns across the traffic to get to Bruce B. Downs North. Or you can exit on Summergate, take a right, and make a U-turn on Bruce B. Downs. Or you can do what Google Maps suggests you do during rush hour and drive straight through the Seven Oaks neighborhood along Ancient Oaks Boulevard. That's what Google recommends. So hundreds of more cars driving through our neighborhood is just not desirable. Development of the land as it is currently zoned will not cause traffic problems, but rezoning will. A few years ago, my wife wanted to rent some office space for a small business. There is remarkably little space available in the adjacent commercial developments. We need more commercial facilities for more jobs and more economic growth in Pasco County. We do not need to use that land for apartments that create very few jobs. If the land is rezoned, the surrounding community will lose the potential for more jobs and services in the neighborhood and only get problems in return. Our neighborhood will become less desirable and our property values will drop. Just a 2% drop in property values will collectively cost the 2007 Oaks homeowners at least $20 million. We all lose so the developer can make money at our expense. It is a net loss to the community. The developer is not able to fit the county-required recreational facilities into their proposed development, so they're asking to be allowed to break the rules. The Seven Oaks Nature Trail is a wonderful amenity, only 5 minutes walk from where the apartments will be. And you can check that on Google Maps. The nearest Seven Oaks neighborhood park is also only 5 minutes away. So the amenities that we pay for and enjoy will become more crowded and of less value. So I plead with you to deny the request.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I've gone through my list and I've checked it twice. I just want to make sure that I've called everyone that is not part of the group that's going to present. So let me go through the names of the individuals that are going to be presenting the various slides. Last names is Tomsu, Lockwood, I think it's Luo, could be wrong, Sierra, Irani, Mullen, and then at the end will be Attorney Waller Dalhard. I just want to make sure, is there anyone, okay, good. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak that didn't sign up? Okay, go ahead and proceed. Come up to the front and at the podium state your name and address and if you've been sworn.
My name is Dion Parks. I live at 3154 Sunwatch Drive, and I did the little WebEx swear-in sitting back there, if that counts.
It does count.
Okay. I just want to piggyback on the traffic issue, because although the gentleman said that it would not create an issue, we live there. I've been a resident 18 years, and we have seen the progression of traffic throughout our community. And with a business, they're mostly going to use that front entrance and that side entrance, which I think is the summer gate entrance, to enter and exit our community. If you put residents there, that is going to draw them in to the center of our neighborhoods. And you're also talking about adding another bus stop to our community for elementary, middle, and high school. And as we all well know, there's a busing shortage for drivers. There's a teacher shortage for our schools. It's common knowledge. So, and the amount of kids that exit the buses currently for those apartments is a lot. And I just don't want to see our schools stretched more than they are already. And as far as bringing the apartments to the interior of the neighborhood, that would kind of alleviate some of the traffic actually that's coming through the front borders of our community, because it would be more on the back side, because that's where we have the more open space. So I assume that that's where the land is zoned for the apartments. So it would bring in a different flow throughout our streets. And I think that's important. And the second thing I would like to hit on is the design of these apartments. I have seen beautiful apartments with similar designs, but they are not nestled into a parking lot. They are facing the street. There is high density of pedestrian traffic to draw people in. They are on roads that are not situated on a 55 mile per hour main road. And yes, you are turning into a road that is a 30 mile per hour road, but you are coming off of a 55 mile per hour road. Apartments like these are situated on roads that have low speed limits. They're not coming off of a 6-lane highway. And like I said, there is a lot of pedestrian traffic that draws them into these retail establishments. You are not going to find that in this location. Somewhere that can offer them the opportunity for people in these apartments to walk to restaurants, to walk to a grocery store, to walk to entertainment, like say the Crates or around the Grove or something like that. That's where these apartments thrive, not at the corner of this entrance off of a 6-lane highway into a Sam's parking lot. It just isn't going to work.
Thank you very much.
All right, anyone else before I call the individuals I named before? Okay, then we will start with John Tomsu. And then as you're going through your presentation, I know the next person's gonna come up and the next person. Again, when you come up, name, address, and then state whether or not you've been sworn.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Motion to receive and file.
All in favor?
Second.
Aye. You're good.
Excellent. Before I begin, may I ask a question?
Name and address for the record.
Yes, ma'am. John Tomsu, 26738 Wingdam Drive, Wesley Chapel, Florida, 33544. I have been sworn.
Okay, what's the question?
So before my time starts.
Yep, go ahead.
I would ask, actually, I'd beg. May I please have one more minute? Because Mr. Tu actually brought up a whole bunch of concerns relating to the loom and made references that are somewhat inaccurate. And it's actually part of my presentation. So if I could have just one extra minute.
And how much what did we give you?
Right now I have 3 minutes.
Everyone has 3 minutes in the group.
Everyone in the group.
Yeah, they're just going one after the other.
Okay, is anyone else going to talk about the loom in your group?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, we'll give you another minute.
So 4 minutes.
You ready?
Okay, so no one else can talk
Are we
about the loom.
good with the?
All right.
Okay, thank you. You may
You're on.
proceed.
Okay.
You got your time.
Oh, sorry.
You've got it. 4 minutes.
Okay. Sorry, so the first thing that I heard was, hey, this isn't a rezoning. Unfortunately, on Resolution 2225RZ, it's actually described as an MPUD zoning amendment request. So maybe we used the wrong word. Maybe it's not supposed to be called rezoning. It's supposed to be a zoning amendment, but it is still a change. What I'm going to call out here is the denial, mediation, and revised proposal. These are the sequence of events that we've been going over since January and even before then.
The denial was actually based off of, wasn't based off of subjective whim, but it was actual law, code, statute, and plan. All of the references that are shown up here with the bullets are references to exactly what was used as the evidence against or for the denial of this property, specific to employment-generating uses, the reduction of employment-generating entitlements, the fact that there wasn't a cost analysis executed, the unplanned and unmitigated demands on schools, libraries, and the park systems, and then finally the traffic, parking, and pedestrian issues. While the revised proposal tried to address some of these, it was definitely negligible. It wasn't significant in nature. The mediation, I think it was mentioned that, well, it's over. I believe that this process is actually still part of the mediation, and that's why we never got anything from the special magistrate. So there was no finding, there was no summary, there was no end to it. So then that leads us to where we are right now. The revised proposal only added 25,000 more square feet, or excuse me, 5,000 more square feet for a total of 25,000 square feet. Additionally, the pedestrian features and traffic calming mechanisms are specific to only one.
Man, I can't write that fast, but you keep going.
I'm so sorry.
Go ahead, you're doing great. I'm going to take notes while you're speaking.
Okay. And traffic calming mechanisms, they're only in one area. They don't actually address all of the areas. What I'd like to call out, and will be brought up later on, is the Walmart deed restrictions. Earlier in the previous meetings, it has been proven that no one wants to put it there. That's what Commissioner Starkey mentioned on January 11th. The fact is, for 14 years, it remained undeveloped. For 5 years, it wasn't purchasable, simply because if you look at the Walmart deed restrictions, it restricts any office or retail from doing business that conflicts with Sam's Club. So if you have businesses that can't sell tires or can't sell cafe items or can't sell food or can't sell T-shirts and that kind of stuff, it really aligns with Commissioner Starkey's comment that the kind of commercial that goes into these kinds of buildings is really special. It would have to be really special because Sam's Club covers pretty much all of this stuff. Lastly, I want to refer to Tom Lavish. You don't have to read between the lines here. He was very clear. Developers take risks. It's part of this balancing act of ensuring in vertical mixed use that you can effectively cross-subsidize uses that may be slightly weaker than use on a site that may be stronger. Meaning, whenever the developer gets his way, builds his apartments, he doesn't care if the entitlements underneath it stay vacant. So if the businesses don't sell anything, that's fine. If they can't put anything in the bottom, that's fine, because the money that he's put in towards the apartments will offset any of that type of necessity. The loom confusion. Oh, crap. Sorry about that. The loom confusion. It was made that it was a precedent that we've done this time and time again before. The past 15, it was mentioned 15 in the last meeting, conversions, not one had been disputed or denied. Whenever you look at the history of these, and they are on the MPUD document, they are inside all the agenda packets, it was conversion from a hotel to a hospital or a golf course to a walking trail. There is never, and please talk to your planning department, there has never been a case where an MPUD entitlement was changed from commercial or retail or office into multifamily. And more specifically, the numbers that were cited, I'm running out of time, 1726 is the absolute number, but that number becomes 2046. So the map that he's talking about is inaccurate. The 555 that are dedicated towards the south, yes, those are consumed. But if you look at the MPUD, it's defined by South Region, Central Region, and Northern Region. What he's suggesting happen is give more entitlements than what the MPUD allowed. Whenever we talk about keep the history, do the things that we've done in the past, this isn't it. If you have 555 entitlements, that's what you stick with in the South. In the North, you can't take away from their entitlements. You can't say, well, there's 1726 and I'm going to start pulling it away. Right? So you got to look at the math. And I'm sorry that I'm not the expert here. I really wish that you'd be able to pull more from the planning staff where they can tell you what the truth is about these numbers, because what's been conveyed is not accurate and should be looked into. So I'm sorry I wasn't able to go through the rest.
You had 1 more minute, right?
Yeah, was
It
that
went off
four?
at 3 minutes.
Who did the timer? Was that 3 minutes or 4 minutes?
That was 4 minutes.
That was your 4.
Yes.
But you got a lot in.
There's so much more. And unfortunately...
Well, I think there's a whole bunch of people coming in. So. All right, thank you, great
Yes,
job.
ma'am.
What do you
Thank
do
you so much.
professionally?
Thank you.
What does he do professionally? I don't know.
I'm sorry?
I just wondered what you do professionally.
Professionally, I'm an IT contractor for government projects.
Okay.
So not in public speaking.
All
but
right, thank you. Okay, who's next?
Is it Hamam? I can't, the writing, Lockwood? I'm sorry. Oh, it's Hannah. Oh, now I can see.
We weren't even close.
No, look, it looks like an M.
Let me see that.
Yeah. Right here.
She's right. It looks like an M. I'll give it to you.
Sorry. So my name is Hannah Lockwood. My address is 3331 Grassland Place in Wesley Chapel. I have been sworn.
Thank you.
Okay. And if I could just have one moment, because I don't know where left off here.
Sure.
Okay, change of plans here. I'm going to jump forward a little bit.
What I have is, on my paper is slide 15 you start on.
Yep, that's where I'm going.
Be sure to lift that mic up so that you're
I'm
speaking
sorry.
into it.
I had a hard time keeping up with
There you
Mr.
go.
Tom too. I'm getting there. All right. So we're going to move on to the density. And forgive me, I'm a little winging here. So the maximum possible gross density is 24 dwelling units per acre. We have 4 nearby apartments. The enclave has 312 units on 43.4 acres. That's 7.2 units per acre. Montero Park, as you can see, has 264 units on 26.3 acres. That equals to about 10 units per acre. Colonial Grand, 318 units on 20 acres, which equals to about 15.9 units per acre. Windsor Club has 240 units on 14.7 acres, which equates to 16.3 units. On the S19 parcel, they're proposing 320 units on 10.6 acres. That equates to 30.2 units per acre at a 20.5% over density limit. As you've heard already, this project does not fit on this parcel. On 10.6 acres of land, they're trying to cram in 320 apartments plus the commercial space underneath. As you've heard, there's traffic concerns. The buildable land is only 4.45 acres. Pasco averages 2.54 people per household. At 320 apartments, that's 813 people. Members of the board, piecemeal rezoning of small parcels of land to a greater density leads to a disharmony with the surrounding area. I would ask you to please deny this proposal. It does not fit in this area. We're not opposed to apartments, but in the places that are zoned for it, not on this parcel. Thank you.
I think you have a minute left, though. I'm not sure that's starting right. You still have a minute.
Oh, well, we'll keep moving. On the parking issue, all uses shall meet the parking requirements of the LDC. At least 2 parking spaces per residential unit are required. The 15% reduction is unwarranted in this proposal. Only 0.4% of Pasco residents commute by mass transit. The #1 selling vehicle is a Ford F-150, which is 20.4 feet. The parking spaces proposed as a standard is 9 by 20 feet, which is 180 square feet total, and compact is 8 by 18 feet, which is 144 square feet. The question is, where does overflow parking go? And where does the trash and trash truck go? With that,
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Alan Liu?
Yeah, please, can you bring up the traffic PowerPoint? Sorry, I made some last minute changes, so I'm gonna have to flip to that.
Well, while we're waiting, do you want to say your name and
Yes.
address and whether you can swear?
Alan Liu, my address is 26650 Wingdam Drive in Seven Oaks. I've been sweared in, so, okay, can you flip to the next? Okay, let's get started. Good afternoon, commissioners. So all the concerns that the local residents has brought up in the original meeting was either not addressed or not addressed properly during the new proposal. So with the new proposal, sorry, if you can see, it calls out a pedestrian crosswalk right there. Because the main parking garage is designed right across the lot from where all the apartment complex is, majority of the residents gonna have to walk across this road, go to the parking garage. So with the flashing light for the pedestrian safety, now there's one of the unintended consequence is the traffic is gonna be backflow into, it's gonna cause traffic delay, it's gonna backflow right into the Asian Oak Drive and then spill over back onto State Road 56, therefore cause of a major traffic jam. Now, also, there's a second parking spot in the new proposal. It's right along the second main entry and exit road. Now, from there is no, technology. There is no there's no pedestrian safety proposed in that second parking space right on the top. So, do we not care about those residents that's walking across the second main road? Do we care about them less? Now, once the traffic flow right past the apartment, let's say they, as indicated in the red arrow, you see it flows right through into the Sam's Club parking lot, goes through the Sam's main entrance as indicated in the red arrow. Again, I think I heard Ms. Joe talking about there was no proposal at the moment because Sam's would not approve it until county approve it. But there is no additional safety concern, pedestrian safety concern built into this new proposal. So we don't care about the Sam's pedestrian consumers either, I guess, at this point. So again, last time I brought up, once you pass Sam's Club, there's a daycare right there. If you're not local residents, you don't know where that daycare is. So let me show you a picture. This is Sam's Club on the left. Turn the corner 150 yards is the daycare. So my kids goes there. There's no additional safety measure brought up in the new proposal. So people cross this lot all the time trying to drop their kids during peak time. How are they protected? How is our kids protected? So Mr. Oakley, I want to quote you in the original denial. You said from the get-go that I have not been in support of this project. I have always felt that the size of the project is too large for the site. To me, when you give up space for parking, give up space for park, then you're doing it because you just don't have land for the project. So the land is too big. I mean, the project is too big for the land. And they're still asking for parking variations, still asking for the park variations, with just adding one specific pedestrian safety right there and 5,000 more square foot commercial space. How is that make this a better fit of the site?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Catherine Sierra.
A lot of Catherines.
Hi, I'm Kathy Sierra, 26908 Wingdam Drive, Wesley Chapel, Florida, 33544, and I have been signed.
Thank you.
Sworn in. How do I get back to the original presentation?
You can change that. They'll do it right here. They'll do it right here.
They'll do it?
Yeah.
Which page do you want?
22?
22, please. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. So I just want to continue talking to you guys about pedestrian safety and how it's been brought up that, that this area is very walkable and bikeable. I've spoken many times here about how wrong this project is suited for the entrance of Seven Oaks. I want to bring to your attention today about how this area is not walkable and bikeable, as many people would like for you to believe. I feel so strongly about this for two reasons. The first reason is that I grew up in New York City, and I can consider myself an expert in what's walkable and what's bikeable. And I can tell you that Seven Oaks definitely do not fit the definition of walkable and bikeable, not even close. Let me give you a vision of how the entrance of Seven Oaks is laid out if you want to attempt to walk to a few stores instead of driving. So I want to go to the stores at Wiregrass to do some shopping. I would need to cross 10 lanes of traffic on Bruce B. Downs. After shopping is done, I need a few things at Publix. Yeah, it's just right across the street. It's so walkable. Yeah, that's just another 10 lanes of traffic that I'd need to cut across. Then after I'm done at Publix, I need to pick up a prescription at CVS, and again, another 10 lanes of traffic. Then it's time to head home. Another 8 lanes of traffic to cross over State Road 56. That's a total of 38 lanes of traffic just to go across to a few stores. The second reason is that I'm experienced firsthand about how dangerous these intersections are. I was hit by a car on my bike while trying to cross the street just in front of Publix. I had the right of way, but the driver on the car was not paying any attention to pedestrians because there are rarely any pedestrians walking around in that area. Thankfully, my bike was destroyed and I did not suffer any major injuries. But the reason that there are 2 hospitals around there, the only good that that will do is to bring all the people to the hospitals from being hit. Also, let's talk about mass transit. Growing up in New York City, I understand how to utilize mass transit. Seven Oaks being a hub of mass transit is absolutely laughable. Only 0.4% of Pasco County residents take mass transit. The existing bus stop in front of S19 does not even have a published schedule or stop on that route's documentation. And just one last thing before I'd like to depart. Just before Commissioner Fitzpatrick cast her yes vote for parcel S19 on January 11th, 2022, this is what she said, per verbatim. As long as there is a playground to accommodate the kids, I'm fine with it. Commissioner Fitzpatrick, there's never been a playground and there's still not a playground. These children will be playing in Sam's Club parking lot. Thank you.
All right, next we have,
Shiraz Irani.
and who's after Shiraz?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Shiraz Irani. I'm a Seven Oaks resident at 27435 Silver Thatch Drive, and I have been sworn in. If I can just get to the slide that I wish to speak to. Wanting to get to 24, so bear with me. Oh, go back one.
I have slide 24 on the sticky note.
Oh, okay. Okay. There are over 500,000 residents in Pasco, but only 19% of them live and work in the same place. The result is more demand for county services, lower family incomes, lower sales tax revenue, less commercial tax generating land, apartment impact fee addiction. The S19 proposal targets 133,000 plus households and generates developer profits yielding low-paying jobs and wastes 10.6 acres of commercial land. There is a Pasco commercial land demand in that business applications are up 22.5%. Commercial is up 40% year over year. Commercial land generates more revenue per acre than do apartments. The community of Seven Oaks is the largest voting constituents in Pasco County. Commissioner Starkey, you yourself, with respect, emphasized not wanting to give up commercial and industrial property, which this parcel of land is zoned for. Commissioners, respectfully, we ask you to listen to the residents of Seven Oaks, your constituents, take into concern our concerns about traffic. Coming in from 56, we're already struggling getting into our own community. We are struggling getting out of our own community. And with this is just going to make it a lot worse. We respectfully thank you for your time, and we ask that you vote no.
Thank you. I have Patrick Mullen next.
Here we are. Who makes zoning decisions in this county?
Oh, Mr. Mullen, your name, address, and whether...
Patrick Mullen,
Yes.
27646 Water Ash Drive, and I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
So, the question is, who makes zoning decisions in this county? Commissioners or Walmart? And that is the great underlying issue here. We're all familiar with zoning considerations that we all have to uphold and take into account so that we have upstanding community that's growing and getting better. But this particular proposal is an excellent example of spot zoning, where you have essentially creating a small island right there of property different than that of the surrounding property solely for the benefit of a particular property owner. That makes this a good reason for denial of the proposal. Also, contract zoning considerations. Sorry, I have to be near the mic. Contract zoning considerations. This is an agreement between a governmental body and a private landowner to rezone property for consideration. This is the way we used to do business in Chicago. Not anymore. This practice has long been disapproved in Florida and is grounds for denial of this proposal. The deed, yes, the deed from Walmart that's making this zoning question. It allows any, quote, any bank or financial institution, but it specifies that they retain the rights to everything below ground, that they could go in and mine at any time. It also speaks that there should be not less than 300 multifamily units next door, essentially building another 1,000 customers for Sam's Club. But it prohibits almost anything in the world of commercial or retail. You can't be a discount store. You can't build a gas station there. You can't build a theater, bowling alley, spa or fitness center, lockers, or any combination of the foregoing. It also prohibits adult bookstores, video, business activities, gaming activities, billiard parlors, checking cash, or selling marijuana. The proposal does, however, promise protection. Promises protection to the county commissioners and staff, whereby it will hold them harmless if you agree to their proposal and anyone challenges it. They will promise to provide you with protection from any legal costs involved in protecting the decision to approve. That provides a special benefit to the developer, and, damn the torpedoes, they say that even if the challenge has not resolved, they will operate under their own risk and proceed with their plan for S19. Is it possible? Well, let's go to this slide. Did stock development not realize it was commercial? Did it ever wonder why it was never sold before? Did they know about the restrictions? Did SD LLC get bad advice? Bottom line, when you buy a new car, how many of us read the fine print? Someone did not read the fine print on the deed restrictions to this property, which prohibits competition to Sam's Club and almost requires additional 1,000 customers. So this is a reason to deny. There are plenty of alternatives. Sell it to a commercial developer, donate it, nullify, go to circuit court and nullify the deed restrictions so you can build something worthwhile and build the excellent apartment. By the way, we really want your apartments to do creative stuff, not cookie cutter apartments like you see being built everywhere.
Thank you, Mr.
Like your
Mullins.
stuff.
Thank you very much.
build a Seven Oaks Center here.
Is that 5?
And
No, he gets 2 more.
we,
So give him another minute.
we did, yes. Well, this is from their REMI analysis. It's 20K. We still come out ahead using the existing use for the property, using the SDLM benefits, the simple development lawyer math benefits analysis. It would still cost the county $1 million more per year using their proposal than to go with the existing zoning. So many inconsistencies. It violates community planning law, contract planning law. S19 is the wrong place for the development. You know, it obeys these laws, but it does not obey the Planning Act. The conclusion is the denial should remain undisturbed. And just as, you know, Commissioner Oakley said, from the get-go, I've been in support of the project. The land is not getting any bigger. It's still the project is still too big for this piece of line, a piece of property. And indeed, Commissioner Starkey, we don't want to give up commercial or industrial property for apartments. Development is a privilege, not a right. Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right. Now we have the attorney.
Chelsea Waller Dalhart.
At 8 months pregnant, I won't be that theatrical for you today.
8 months.
And I will try to be as brief as possible. Chelsea Waller Dothard with Waller Law. I represent the Seven Oaks CDD. Address is 38038 Meridian Avenue, Dade City, Florida 33525, and I have been sworn. I've also requested 8 minutes, which was approved.
8 minutes, yep, and then we'll have rebuttal.
All right, we are here on the applicant's third bite at the apple. And today it is the task of the commissioners to determine whether the applicant's modification to this project now warrant approval. So let's go through the main 4 modifications that were set forth in the county's memo for today. The first that we talked about today is the good faith cooperation with Sam's Club. The applicant is only required to send 2 letters within 30 days notice and to request a response. Sam's Club is under no obligation to agree to this. They have requested more documentation, but they don't have any reason to do this. If they want to say no, then they have the right to deny it. So I think it's important that this shouldn't be a factor in your decision to approve this project. Additionally, the safety of pedestrians within the Sam's Club parking lot wasn't a voiced concern at the January hearing. So again, this should not even be considered in your decision today to approve it. The second is the pedestrian safety and traffic. And the concern was in the center aisle between the 2 buildings. So the applicant has implemented a pedestrian safety and traffic calming feature on the central drive aisle. Commissioner Oakley was the one who did voice a concern as to the safety of that center aisle. But that was just one reason for part of your denial, Commissioner. Quote, which was stated previously, but I think it's important to reiterate. Commissioner Oakley stated, "From the get-go, I have not been in support of this project. I've always felt that the project was too large for the site. To me, when you give up spaces for parking and you give up spaces for a park, then you're doing that because you don't have enough land to put this project on. That's my opinion." And he went on to further state, "I just don't understand the change in this project. It was going to be better as a commercial project than a residential project from the get-go." So that leads us into the third modification. The applicant states that they have reduced their parking variances. Note that they have not eliminated their request for parking variances. One of the changes is now they are not requiring a variance for surface parking stalls. They will comply with the LDC minimum dimensions for that. But they are still requesting a variance to 1.9 parking spaces per multifamily unit. And they are not required to provide any additional parking for the retail office component to this project. And I think that's important. So again, variances for parking still exist if this project is approved. Not to mention the variances from the park requirement. the applicant should be required to put in 3.2 acres of park for the size of this project. However, they're still requesting a variance to only 1 acre for 320 units on that project. They're also requesting a variance from the multiple park requirement that would allow to the use of smaller parks to equal the total park, and those minimum parks have to be ½ acre, and they're not able to comply with that either. Setbacks, this modification now doesn't require any interior minimum building setback requirements, and the previous was 5 feet. So again, there are still several variances that still need to occur in order for this project to be able to quote-unquote fit on this parcel. So again, it doesn't fit and it should be denied. And then the last major modification is the increased retail and office by 5,000 square feet. And this was essentially the main topic of the January hearing. The property currently has entitlements of 86,000 square feet of commercial use. And a lot of the discussion focused on the REMU model that was used by the county that had 60,000 square feet of commercial use instead of the appropriate number of 86,000 square feet. And Commissioner Mariano pointed this out as well. And I introduced the correct REMU model as an exhibit at the January hearing. And so I would ask to reconsider that exhibit. And as you may recall, that REMU model showed that 86,000 square feet of commercial use generated more jobs than the applicant's proposal. And Commissioner Mariano commented then that we could bring jobs right here, right in this community that are first class. Do we want to give that up for 320 apartments and 25,000 square feet of commercial? And the policies were policy ED 1.4.4, which outlines Pasco County shall recognize the high priority of retaining employment generating land uses in appropriate and compatible locations within the county. And also policy ED 1.6.2, county shall ensure that adequate land and transportation capacity is available for present and future high-paying employment generating land uses, such as office, industrial, employment center uses. So the question is, does the addition of 5,000 square feet of commercial now put this project in compliance with those rules? The answer is no. We need jobs. We need to maintain the 86,000 square feet of commercial entitlements that currently exist on this property. Other items I'll briefly touch on that were discussed at the January hearing is compatibility. Pasco County shall manage growth concurrent with the infrastructure necessary to protect, maintain, and enhance the Wesley Chapel's community's unique character. And the beautiful presentation touched on the density, and I had a spreadsheet at the last hearing that showed the density of the apartments within Seven Oaks and then the density outside of Seven Oaks. And this particular project is double the density of any apartment within Seven Oaks, and it's almost 2.3 times the density of any apartment complex within the area. This is not in line with character of Wesley Chapel. This is in line with the character of South Tampa or Orlando, where you see these type of projects. This is not compatible with Wesley Chapel. It's not the board's job to decide whether parcel S19 should have an increased density. It's the board's job to decide if this project is compatible, and it is not. Approving 32 units per acre will set a dangerous precedent, an irreversible precedent in our county. If this project is approved, then every developer is going to come into our county demanding the same density, and there goes the unique character of Pasco County. We have all these people who've moved here to Pasco County. I moved back from South Tampa, and we will eventually be just like that, where residents are fleeing from. And Pasco County residents do not want this type of growth. Let's be smart about our growth, and this is not it. So for those reasons, and all of the others that have been discussed today and at the January hearing, I would request that it be denied. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, now we have rebuttal, and I have questions, but
You have a lot of questions.
Yeah, so.
I'll have a question when he finishes.
Okay, do we want him to rebut first, or do we want him to ask questions?
There's a 5-minute rebuttal, right?
Yeah, I'd like to do a rebuttal first.
Okay, all
Rebuttal.
right. I'm sorry, I have 2 pages of questions.
It's okay. Joel Tu for the applicant, thank you. Let me briefly address some of the technical points that Ms. Waller just made. First of all, the reason there is a substantial change in the site plan and why it makes more sense now and is more safe is because of the mandatory structured parking. The minute you go vertical with structured parking, you therefore reduce the footprint you need for surface parking. You can make these drive aisles wider, which is what we're doing, and you solve the parking issue with vertical structured parking. People don't do that because it is very, very expensive. You have begged people to do that, and in fact, you will not get bona fide urban mixed-use projects without vertical parking. That solves the site plan issues, and that's why this is dramatically different. It is not fair to say we're still asking for a bunch of deviations. We're not. We eliminated every deviation we're asking for except for 2 items that technically are called deviations, but your staff will tell you that the park requirement and the number of parking spaces is exactly the same thing that you've approved in the last 2 years for probably 3 or 4 dozen projects. Every one I've had. That has now become the norm. Your new norm is 1.9 spaces per apartment. Ask Mr. Pitos that. You approve it every meeting. Same thing for park. We are doing what your parks department told us we're required to do. We're meeting their new standard requirement. My guess is that in your next LDC update, you'll now see these requirements not be deviations, they will be your new code requirement. And ask Mr. Pitos that if you have any question. Okay, so that's not accurate. All of the parking spaces are now full-size parking spaces. And yes, our amenities will include a children's play area, as Mr. Gelder has assured Commissioner Fitzpatrick. It will be done. In conclusion, this is the poster child for vertical mixed-use infill project. It is not supposed to look like a suburban part of Seven Oaks or Wiregrass Ranch. It is supposed to look like a vertical mixed-use infill project. It's supposed to look like West Chase Park. It's supposed to look like Hyde Park, or it is the whole point of what you're trying to get people to do on US 9 and in the 19 and the 56, 54 corridor is to create this walkable look. If you don't have density, it's not walkable. The lady from New York knows density because the reason New York's walkable is because it's dense. The buildings are tall. It is not a density issue. The number of units per acre is irrelevant. The MPUD was approved based on 1,000 or more acres. The density issue is that there are 1,726 approved, less than half of them built. Every unit we're building, there was a traffic study approved in that DRI for 1,726 multifamily units. You're only going to have half that number. So any density argument, any traffic argument is entirely spurious. This is consistent with your board policy. Do you remember 2020 when you adopted a board policy memorandum encouraging vertical mixed-use development in the 54-56 corridor? It's still in effect, your 2020 policy memorandum. Your ordinance number 21-07, when you eliminated conditional use apartments in C2 zonings, you made an exception. And guess what your section was? For vertical mixed use. So if you do vertical mixed use, you could even do it as a conditional use in C2. You can do it in the 54, 56 corridor. So if you're going to be consistent with your written board policy over the last 2 years, if you're going to be consistent with what you've told us to bring you in the form of development, this is your proposal. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Wait.
Wow, Joe, you were under your 5 minutes. So how much time do they have left? Hang on. Did he use his 5 minutes? No. Did anyone else on your team want to use any of your time? Because, no, he did not use his 5 minutes. Hey, Mike, I'm chair. If he has more, if he hasn't used his, 5 minutes, I'm gonna let,
I would rather spend the time addressing any questions that anyone might have.
okay,
I think you
didn't
understand
know
the
if you-
project, and I'm not going to waste your time.
okay. All right, so now we'll go to Commissioner Moore,
Thank you,
I want
Madam
to go
Chair.
next.
and then Commissioner Oakley next.
So, Terry, if you don't mind, I'm gonna borrow you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Pitas. Hey, question for you. So, a couple of questions, it's just comments, maybe you can chime in, I'd appreciate it. Last time, the motion tonight, which did pass, let me just go over that. One portion of that motion was, the rezoning request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan policies FLU 1.8.10 and ED 1.6.2, which is the preservation of capacity for employment generating uses, and ED 1.4.4, limitation on the conversion of important employment locations, because it is undisputed that a request will reduce the employment generating entitlements on the site. And before it was 60,000, and it went down to 20,000, right?
It was 20, yeah.
Yeah, it went down to 20. Now we're looking at 55,000 to 25,000, correct? Is that, I think I'm right? So before it was 60,
The previous.
it's being reduced to 20, but now they've added 5,000 more square foot of retail commercial, so it brings that up to 25. It takes the site, what we estimated before, to 55,000.
Okay, something just came in about a mic.
Yeah, okay, there you go. So there it is, 60,000.
Mike, is your mic turned on?
Don't know why.
No.
Yeah, I don't know why it keeps going off, because, I never touch this thing. Okay, so I'm correct, right? It was 60,000 before.
Yeah, so the previous revenue model analysis was presuming a 60,000 square foot single-use commercial retail office.
Right. Okay.
That was the model analysis.
Right, so they were gonna give 20,000, but now they're giving 25,000.
Now they're doing 25,000.
Yes, okay, so I'm right, okay. So,
We had 35.
so we're still in about the same situation as we were before. It's a change out of 5,000 additional square foot of office, but we're still down to, well, 35,000 now, correct?
Right. Well, I'm not sure what kind of.
I'm just using your numbers that you gave, that
Yeah,
you
but
used.
it's,
So.
they're not, the analysis that was done, if I remember correctly, it's been 10 months. But the analysis was a comparison of the 60,000 single use,
Okay.
against what was being proposed in terms of the vertically integrated mixed-use development. And so it was the 60,000 versus the mixed-use.
Terry, you gotta speak up.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
I
My
wanna
voice
try and
is-
understand.
Okay.
Yeah, my voice today. There was a comparison between the 60,000 single use of commercial office retail.
So it's 60,
and-
it was 60,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Versus,
so 60,
versus
yes.
the vertically integrated.
Right, so
mixed-use.
60 minus 20 is 40.
Minus 5.
And then, right, okay, that was 40. Now we're just adding 5 more thousand, so it's down to 35, right? Well, I know the answer, I'm just asking if you know the answer.
Do you mind if I ask
well,
a
I mean,
question on the same line?
the thing that
Yeah,
I
if you'd
mentioned.
let's come back to me, I'd appreciate
Yeah,
it more.
the thing that I mentioned in my presentation was that we didn't do a third REMI model analysis.
Okay.
Because by adding the additional 5,000 square feet, it was an improvement in addition to what was originally approved. And if we were okay with the original 20,000 square feet because it rendered the negligible revenue differences, adding 5,000 square feet would mean that we're still good with it.
Okay, so.
Thanks, so can I ask
yeah,
my question?
Well, this is the rest of it, if you don't mind, if you don't mind, because it has to do it.
It's on
Yeah,
that
it has
same
to do it, yeah, exactly. So you just mentioned this, did you or the applicant conduct any service consumption cost analysis?
On the 25,000 square feet?
Uh-huh.
Not more than what we did for January's meeting. So whatever analysis was done for January
is what's on the record. There was not another analysis done for this meeting.
There was, because from my motion last time, if I'm not correct, there wasn't one done at all on the 20. Because that wasn't disputed.
So can you repeat
So
the
my
question?
motion was the rezoning request is inconsistent with comprehensive plan policy 1.8.7 economic development because staff and the applicant have failed to conduct any service consumption and cost analysis. Therefore, staff and the applicant have failed to demonstrate that the project will contribute more to the county revenue than will consume in services.
Is that a requirement?
Yeah. Which that's a requirement in the comprehensive plan, correct?
Right.
I'm sorry, is that correct?
Policy Flu 187 is in the comprehensive plan, of course, yeah.
Okay,
So,
all right. I have more, but go ahead, because you're on the same
So,
subject.
so the county, so we made that directive to say if you're gonna put. What?
With all respect, read that policy.
Okay.
And that's not
Madam
what
Chair.
it said.
Pasco County shall encourage developments which will contribute more to the county in revenue than it will consume in services, provided that such development can be accomplished within the spirit of this comprehensive plan. That one?
So,
That's what I just said.
so what we talked about back in January, if I recall correctly, it was that we're not looking for, it's not a race to identify which is a better user to the site based on the revenue generation, but only that the land use is generating net revenue to the county. So while you could have a use that generates a lot of revenue and another use that doesn't generate as much revenue but still generating revenue, it was still meeting that lesser revenue generator would still meet policy Flu 187.
Okay, so my question was gonna be, when we made this policy directive that if you're gonna put residential or mixed use in a C2, you had to go vertical, and I'm being consistent. When I meet with people, I've turned people down who want to come in with apartments and not do that, and I said, nope, in my district, I mean, we're following this. Do we have a requirement of how much they have to put underneath, or did we just say we want to be sure they have something underneath when we did our policy directive?
I think in terms of the C2 amendment that occurred, there was no prescribed square footage amount required for, let's say, the ground floor of a vertically integrated mixed-use building that would be built under C2. If the C2, however, is in a COM commercial future land use district, then the first floor entirely would have to be non-residential use. Not necessarily the case in an ROR, for example, future land use. So when we're speaking specifically about the Land Development Code amendment that occurred, there's no prescription to say that you must have 30,000 square feet or whatever of commercial entitlement on your first floor, only to demonstrate that you have vertically integrated with commercial or other non-residential that's allowed by the C2.
All right, and Terry and I just had a meeting, and that's the person, I don't remember the name of it, that was continued, where they came in with multifamily and a C2, no part of, really, they were putting other things besides retail, commercial downstairs, and we said no. That is not what this board has directed. Not only that, they blocked a road, but that was another thing. But I mean, we cannot, in my opinion, tell some developers one thing and tell another group another, or we're going to get in big trouble.
Madam Chair, could I continue on my question?
Yeah, so you go on.
Commissioner Moore, if I may.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So the section you put in the Land Development Code says C2, multiple family dwelling units, where the proposed project complies with one or more of the following. 2, vertically integrated mixed use, ground floor commercial, office, or other residential use. So there's no definition other than it's the ground floor and it's got to be commercial, office, or other non-residential.
Yeah, that's why we
All right, thank you.
told our group. they had to go back to the drawing board.
So would the existing, if it was just retail or office, would it have any additional demands on schools, libraries, or parks? If it was stat as it is today?
If it was commercial and office, there would not be a demand on parks, schools, and for the third one you mentioned.
Can I ask a question on that, Mike?
Are we going first name basis on the dice?
We
thing?
are.
Should I stop saying chair and say Catherine, and then you say Mike? I'm fine with that, but I'll return the favor.
So, because I have this question for the attorney, but we can have the planner answer it too, because I wrote this down here. So this is part of the Seven Oaks CDD district. When the numbers, or DRI, I'm sorry. When the numbers were contemplated in the total DRI, it included 1,726 multifamily units. And this is for some of the folks that are sitting here, when that DRI goes through for approval, are those units counted by the school district and frankly the Parks Department in their concurrency and I don't know what the right word is, capacity?
Well, typically when you're reviewing an MPUD, because we don't do DRIs anymore, but when you review an MPUD, the total number of units that are being proposed are being looked at by the school district, by the different agencies and departments, and they're making the necessary accommodations. Sometimes a school site is required, and that's set aside based on the potential population that the area will have. I wasn't here at the time to have properly operated a DRI per se, but I believe that was also the way in which DRIs were being handled.
Yeah, but I sat on the local planning agency when I was on the school board, approving DRIs, and I've watched, and Chris is, what's his last name? Williams.
Madam
You want to
Chair,
answer?
May I answer that based on testimony in the record?
Yeah.
In the record, Chris Williams, who not only is a planning commission member on behalf of the school district, but Mr. Williams was asked this question on the record, and he said two things. He said, number one, that yes, absolutely, when they had the DRI and the MPUD, they input all the single family, all the multifamily, and of course they had planned on that for their needs. And he said, secondly, that empirically as we stand now, he does have existing capacity in the school system to serve these additional students. So he actually confirmed both. And number one, you of course look at those requirements. You can't get your DRI and your MPUD approved without it. I mean, that's what I do for a living. You can't get it approved. But more importantly, he testified on the record that they have current capacity for schools. So that's another red herring.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Except for this DRI was approved in August 19th of 1986.
Can we,
so
can I continue with Commissioner Ryan?
His testimony in the record was that he had factored in the total MPUD density for Seven Oaks in their school needs analysis. At whatever point he's done.
My only problem with what you just said to the board is it was done in this DRI. It wouldn't have been done in this DRI because of its age. Mr. Williams may in fact have said he's looked at it in current times.
Yeah.
But
I see your point.
this would be the vested DRI.
His statement was that, however you get there, his testimony was that the MPUD density the school district had factored in to their school needs for this area, and that he had current capacity to meet this project.
Okay,
however he got there.
All right.
All right, I think we got that one answered. Go ahead, Commissioner.
All right, cool. All right. Historically, I remember back in 2018, for example, this board voted down a conditional use request on 52. And I think we remember that. It was before Commissioner Fitzpatrick was here. It was actually a 3-2 vote. Even dating back then, I'm not going to go through every vote we did. I have every vote I've ever done on apartment complexes. Pretty consistent on that 54, 56 corridor. But we had concerns even in that area along 52, where you were taking essentially, what was a job-creating site and converting that to multifamily. This isn't the only spot. Lord knows if you watch the meetings and you pay attention, I only say this every meeting practically, but we're in a situation again, like I've talked about before, we're eventually going to run out of these job-creating sites. Wherever you heard testimony from people that came up here, and your testimony from folks online today about the lack in that Wesley Chapel area, the lack of office space for people to rent now. I have people that come to the area on a consistent basis, and just like they'll reach out to a lot of people that are, whether they're in government or economic development, hey, do you know of any place that we can rent 2,000 or 5,000 square foot? It's hard to come by now, right? So for us to continue to rezone these properties that can provide those jobs for the people let's think about the people that are currently here in the county as well, okay? You want to drive more people here. So if we go, this was brought up earlier as well, and the applicant mentioned about 2 apartment complexes. I'm just going to expand it out. On a good golf day, I could hit, I think, every one of those from that site with my driver. There's already 4 apartment complexes there. Now, what you probably don't know, but it is public record, so I'll bring it up, because I do follow the pre-app meetings of what's coming in front of us in the future. Now, this probably won't fall on my shoulders, but it will some of you. Some folks mentioned the site in the rear of Seven Oaks, which is already zoned for multifamily. This came up last time too. Well, guess what? There was actually a pre-app meeting, and I just lost that, I apologize. A pre-app meeting recently on that site in back of Seven Oaks. That was done on April 26th, 2022 on Eagleston Boulevard, backed up to 75. So you talked about there's only so many apartments that have been built or currently been built. The entitlement's already there. It's going to continue to happen. That does not have to come in front of this board. They're there. That's administrative 100%. Am I not right, Terry? The zoning's there, the multifamily zoning's there. Unless they try to deviate from what it currently is, they'll just go through the process. It won't come up here, and they build tomorrow. Correct. After they submit their site plan.
Yeah.
But, I don't know if I don't think they mentioned, hold on one sec here, let me see what, I don't see that in the meeting notes. How many? Oh, here it is, 370. I got it, 370.
Is that part of the CDD district?
It is. It's in the back. So they're asking for 370 units on Eagleston, and that's the site that backs up to 75. It's the one where you saw probably tons of campaign signs recently during the election. That's that site. So when we talk about so many units being available, well, some of that's going to come, whether you like it or not, it's going to happen. I mean, it's going to happen. So they have the ability to do that. Let me just keep going.
With all of those, are those under 1720 still?
Oh, I'm not doing those numbers right now. I can pull out my calculator in a second, but we talk about the need and the need in the area. I know this was brought up by some folks on the dais last time about this need. Well, you have 4 right there. I mean, clustered together. You have another one that's being built in the back. I'm not going to go over all this. I won't bore you too much, but I'll give you an example of the quote need that's in the area. This was done on a market analysis done on 10/9. The Enclave at Wesley Chapel, 21 apartments available for immediate movement. Bonterra Park Apartments, 12 units listed as available now. MAA, formerly known as Colonial Grand, I think that's the one that's behind the brewery, if I'm not correct. That's part of that, actually, Seven Oaks. 22 units, 2 3-bedroom units, starting today is what they say on the website. Windsor Club, which is right there, just says now available 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units, doesn't give a number. Delano at Cypress Creek, which is down the street, 21 units available. Park of Wesley Chapel, 8, and then 7 are 2 bedrooms. I'll just do a couple more. 6 units available at the Horizon of Wiregrass Ranch, Tapestry at Cypress Creek, advertising for a free month rent and more incentives because they need people to move in today. Land Tower at Cypress Creek, pop up on their website, offering reduced rates on 1 bedrooms. About 8 units available, I think is what they show. 15 units available at Terrabella. I could go on and on and on how much availability there is in that market right now. So where's the need? Again, is the need for more office and commercial, or is the need for additional multifamily units that really don't benefit the citizens of Pasco County? Therefore, we want to benefit the citizens of Pasco County. We need to leave these parcels commercial or office. Then I'll stop for a while before I go to the next thing.
You can rest a while.
All right, Commissioner Oakley?
Yeah. In the rebuttal, I think Joel too answered some of the questions I had about the parking issue before on this project when we first looked at it, was asking forgiveness on parking spaces. They've gone vertical, so they've got more spaces in there for that. So they're not asking for forgiveness. They're going to provide a playground for the kids. They also have a dog park in this property. One of the big concerns I had was safety on this property because that road going in between the two buildings on this property, and they have addressed that. I also believe in my own mind that Walmart is for safety to their pedestrians and people traveling in between this project and their stores to do business. And I would think they would be welcoming anything to make it safer for their pedestrians coming into their stores. So it's a better fit on this site than it was prior. So.
Okay, I had some questions. And Joel, if you could stand up there with them, you can both answer these together. And I almost have a question for your client because they are the, well, let me first ask the clients a question, if you don't mind.
This is, most of you met him, Keith Gelter, who's in charge of their multifamily division for stock development in Naples. They're the developer.
And first I want to say I hope that, knowing that you guys are from Naples, condolences to probably some crazy stuff that you went through, and I hope you and your family and your company's families are all okay.
Thank you.
Is this your first apartment complex that you're building?
No, ma'am. Sorry, Keith Gelder, stock development, the applicant. I have not yet been sworn.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on, let me get it. Different oaths for different things. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
No, we've built several projects. We've completed over 1,000 units. So 4 to 6 projects we've completed to date. We're actively under construction.
All right, so would you build an apartment complex that wouldn't be needed? Because that's a business question, I guess.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. No, we do a lot of study and market research for our properties, and take great care in selecting what we believe are great sites that are demand and be a good fit for multifamily properties.
All right, well, that was kind of my main question. When Commissioner Moore was citing those numbers, just because we've been going through and learning a lot about apartment complexes, to have a 300, 400 unit apartment complex and have 20 units available, I think that's people moving in, people moving out, kind of someone would say that's full, I think. I'm not an apartment person, but is that?
Yeah, typically, I mean, stabilized occupancy is typically around 93% is what most market research firms will consider fully stabilized. So, yeah, typically, when your leases renew and, you have units that turn over. So it's not realistic to be at 100% occupancy on any property.
Okay. Although I have people calling me, asking me to help them get on the apartments that my brother-in-law built in downtown Newport Richey. Okay, I think that's all I have for you. I just knew you were an apartment builder and had those questions.
Madam Chair,
You have a question?
no, I don't want to cross-examine or anything like that. But if you remember, and this has come up because this was actually used, I don't want to quote you because I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure in the past, at meetings, somebody on this dais did mention that there were waiting lists for a lot of the apartment complexes. Point I'm trying to prove here is that there's not the waiting list anymore, guys. Times have changed.
It depends on the area.
Yeah. Well, I will give you this. Yeah, I agree, the area. So in that area on 54 and 56, and then you go down to Bruce B. Downs and you go on Wesley Chapel Boulevard, you'll see what the availability is. So you're correct, it depends on the area, because there may be a spot on US 19, which is 35 miles away, that might have a lot of vacancy right now.
Well-
But I'm just giving you, these are real numbers, they're not fake, you can go on the website yourself, I'll leave it here for everybody to view at a later date.
My guess is that when these kind of developers are looking at an area, they look to see what's coming. And we have hundreds of thousands of jobs coming, and they gotta live somewhere. And if you try and rent a house right now, good luck. So we do not have the housing capacity for all the jobs that are coming. But listen, I don't want to see our apartment complex on every block. And I wish we had more variety coming in. I mean, I've said it here before. Every single development that we're seeing is 40-foot lots, which I don't like either. I think we need a variety. I think we need multifamily, I think we need townhomes, we need garden homes. I'd like to see 1 acre lots. I know that's sprawl, so I don't want to see a lot of them, Terry. But, half acre lots or, res 3, res 4. And I think we did a good thing asking people when they come in to do 40, 50s, and 60s maybe, and you can't only do 40s.
Yeah.
We just need a little more variety. And, when I look at your neighborhood, which is a gorgeous neighborhood, and I look at some neighborhoods in Starkey Ranch in the back, I've had people of high income, well, I'm going down a rabbit trail here, but of high income net worth that want to move to our county because I think we've done an amazing job. And this is kind of a call out to you developers. We need some more housing for those people.
We need some workforce housing very much.
We need workforce housing too.
Inclusionary housing, yes.
Now, these apartments are not workforce housing. I'm gonna guess you're at 60. I don't know what your minimum rent's gonna be. It's not workforce housing, but it is solving a problem. So here are some of the questions I have. Okay, so the gentleman that did a great job that kicked off this presentation said, it's a master plan modification, not a rezoning. Did we do something wrong? Did we do it right? What's going on with that? I don't care who answers it. That's my question.
Because he's the one that.
I just want to make sure we didn't do something wrong.
David can answer it. I can tell you what I applied for.
Who's your question for?
What, did we?
It's my application.
So, are we doing something wrong here today? Because I don't know. And if someone did some research and thinks we do, I want an answer.
It is a substantial zoning amendment. So you're not doing anything wrong. You're hearing this the proper way.
Okay, I don't want to get
We're
in trouble.
amending the zone.
Then, let's see here. On that flume thing, and I think this.
Flume?
Oh, loom, not flume.
Flume's that thing that used to have bush gardens.
No, we do have a flume, future land use something.
Land use amendment.
Yeah, we have a lot of acronyms and there's no more room up here to fit anything more in here. On the loom, am I saying that right?
Land use equivalents.
And this is the first project that I've really heard the loom, though I know you've used it and now at the project on 52. Have we ever, usually it's done administratively. And someone said there were 16 in here, in this area?
Yeah.
Have we approved these in other places too?
So a land use equivalency matrix is set up so that you can make land use exchanges.
And have we done that in other DRIs and CDD and developments and PUDs?
Yes.
If they have them.
Yeah, if they're set up, they're
If they
there.
were built into the original approval, there is a land use equivalency matrix that can be used.
Okay, have we denied one? To your knowledge?
If the math is correct, then no, we have not.
Okay, but let me clarify. So he's correct, but in some of the more recent MPUDs we've approved, we don't allow certain conversions. So some of them now this is an older one, but in some of the more recent MPDs, we don't allow people to convert non-residential uses to residential uses because of the economic impact. So,
but we made that.
So in the original approval of some of these recent MPDs, we're not allowing this type of conversion. But this is an older DRI though that doesn't have that prohibition. The reason it's before you, though, isn't because it's prohibited, it's because they're changing the zoning map.
Right, but, and we made a policy that said if you're going to change it, no, we will allow it if you put retail below, or whatever, what he said.
No,
that was
Retail, office.
You're
Okay,
You're
that's-
mixing
that's-
concepts.
Am I missing things?
That's a C2,
Okay.
that's.
That's why I'm not a land
That was a
use.
change to the C2 zoning district, but this is not a C2 zoning district. This is an MPUD.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, discussing this, I think this might help. They have converted multifamily to commercial and multifamily to medical within this DRI, but now that they're trying to convert the commercial to the multifamily, now it's a question and
Is that
issue.
correct?
I missed the question, I'm sorry. What
Was
the
there a commercial that was converted?
Multifamily has been converted to multifamily, and commercial has, and multifamily has also been converted to medical.
It's an ALF, it's an ALF nursing home.
Oh,
Yes,
so
that's
we've gone one way
in
now.
Seven Oaks, yes.
Okay. All right, let's see here. Density, okay, so, I sent you a couple pictures, Mike, if you could put those up, and this kind of goes to the people in the community. I live on the west side, and I think of a community that I drive through every day, Starkey Ranch, and I will tell you that there is a beautiful, not as beautiful as the one they're gonna build, apartment complex that my daughter was renting a place from, and Terry, our planning director, was renting a place from, right at the entrance of the subdivision, which is one of the #1 master plan communities in the United States. So it's right out front, right next to our Publix. It's right there, you can see it right there. And then you got the Publix and all that stuff right across the street. So it's right at the entrance to Starkey Ranch. And then I know down the street where our former county administrator lived in Asturias, also, right at the entrance to the subdivision, apartments. I think when you look at new master plan communities, that's typically where you're gonna find them. And I don't know why some of you say there's land inside Seven Oaks. I don't know why you'd want that in the middle, so that I looked at it, NS, and there's lots on the inside, NS and something that could be multifamily if it wanted to be, because I think that was part of this loom conversation. And I don't know why you'd want those inside and not on the outside and not driving through everything. So for me, it's just not credible for me to think that this apartment complex is gonna ruin your property values, because you can just start looking up Starkey Ranch and they're through the roof, and they've got them there, and they're gonna have them on the other end, and they're gonna have them across the street. Now, I agree with Commissioner Moore, we can't overdo it, and we have to be careful. And I think we really gotta be careful with our C2, but this is a commercial area that has had nothing on it. And is restricted, and the Bartolo family, who I think some of us know, they've been trying to sell this. It's them, right, that had this lot, not the Sierras?
They were the broker.
And so,
Walmart owned the other one.
I actually had two conversations with one of your residents who's against this property, and he told me he was 16 years in commercial real estate and considers himself somewhat an expert, and he tells me that the parcels here, the commercial parcels are not doing well, and that no one goes to the Sam's Club. That's what he told me.
No one goes to the Sam's Club?
What? That's what
Oh my God!
I don't know. That's what he told me.
People drive from Dade City to go to the Sam's Club. You try to get.
I heard that about your Costco.
There was no, Costco's even close to there.
I'm just telling you what I'm not going to say his name.
There's a line around the
I'm not
block
going to
there.
say your name. I'm just going to tell you what he told me.
Go. I invite anyone to go there and stand in line on Friday afternoon at 5 o'clock.
I will discuss
So
that.
anyway, I just want to kind of tell you why I was for it before, and I'm still for it now. And I appreciate that you've improved it. I think that safety for the pedestrians is important. And,
Madam
that's
Chair,
kind
can I
of-
ask a few questions?
Well, I think Commissioner Fitzpatrick was
Thank you.
next, and then you can go, Commissioner Mariano.
I do agree.
I haven't had once in the round yet.
I know, but she
You
had
should
asked to
hit
go
each one of
next.
us once and then go back to the other that hit. I haven't said a word yet.
I was going like this.
Go ahead.
You'll have plenty of time.
I'll make it quick. So I do see the parking improvements, the playground improvements. The school district member is on board at the planning commission. I do agree with Commissioner Oakley and as well. Speaking in the past, they have brought up, they do consider apartments at 95% capacity as full. So 95% of 100 would leave 5 additional apartments. So if there are 400, then yes, you're gonna have 20 extra apartments, and that would be considered full occupancy. I do think we are still in a housing crisis right now. We do need to make sure we have affordability and affordable housing for our current citizens that live here already. And even our citizens today are having trouble finding housing, whether their lease agreement is up or whatever the case may be. We have our own citizens trying to find, living in apartment, living in, people that make decent money, living in hotels because there's no housing units or apartments for them to move into. So I think it's really important that we make sure we do have housing for our citizens. Thank you.
Commissioner Mariano.
Thank you. Can you go to slide 24
Of which presentation?
of the presentation from the citizens?
Hillsborough's bedroom.
That's the one. I want you to look at that slide, and I want you to consider something. 18 years ago, when I first ran for county commission, we were known as a bedroom community. We didn't have enough jobs. Everybody had to commute. At that time as well, I will tell you, Wesley Chapel was buried with traffic all the way through. We had all sorts of issues out there. Go look at Pasco County to the top of the map. We are, other than Citrus County, we have the least amount of people that work and live in the same city, county. Okay, look at that number. We just had a presentation from David Engel telling us, through Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, plus his own presentations, telling us how though we've created a lot of jobs, we're way behind where we need to be. Way behind. We need more jobs here. The space that we have that's good commercial, we should be focusing on. This parcel, frankly, should be Class A office, period. We don't need any mixed. I've got all the mixed use. Seven Oaks is probably the best community ever built in Pasco County, maybe the world, as far as I'm concerned. The way it's set up. I mean, before Mudroom came in, they were doing it. They were keeping their jobs, their trips confined into the community so less traffic would go out and around. Everything still got built around it because
You
being
can't,
north of Tampa.
have gated communities in a mudroom project.
I'm just saying, what they do is they've kept the retail and the commercial support in there where people don't always drive out. I mean, you've got many well-off people there have picked that for a place to live. When you look at that number, that we're there, we should be going against that. And this is a classic example of why not to switch. Again, David Engel showed us we're doing great creating jobs, but with the people that are moving in, we're not keeping up. We got to make a move on that. If you want to look at vertical infill mixed use, Terry, let me ask you a question. Why, knowing, and let me just talk about Sam's Club in a minute, right now. Sam's Club is so busy. I used to go get gas there all the time. I stopped going.
In Wesley Chapel?
Well, if I'm in the area, I would go there. I mean, it's 15, 20 cents less a gallon. I'll go into Sam's Club. I mean, we shop there as well. It is so busy in there. I don't go in there anymore. You can't get in, you can't get out. You drive up to the parking area, it's jam-packed. You can't get out. And as they say, you got all those lanes of traffic getting around. It's a major project getting in and getting out. So you need to try it before you make the comments or rely on other people. I've been there. It's packed, as the people have said who live there. Terry, on the development, is there anything set up between, as the slideshow said, between north, south, and central as far as how they spaced out where the apartments were going to go. Is there any relevance to that?
I'm not sure I'm following the question.
On one of the slides, it talked about how there was apartments designated for the north, south, and central part of this massive development. Is there any truth to that? Was it designed that way?
Yeah, there are parcels at the northern end of Seven Oaks that were identified for as either a primary or an alternate use for multifamily. And I think there was, towards the middle area along the Bruce B. Downs edge, where there was a similar setup for either primary or alternate multifamily uses on those parcels.
So it was structured north, south, central.
And in the south too, I believe, my memory is kind of, but I think it was parcel S18, which was just to the north, that previously had the multifamily as alternate use, but which went office.
My main question is about the spacing of the apartments in the complex. Did they do north, south, and central when they set the DRI up?
It appears so, yes.
Okay, so this is going to actually affect that the other way. You're going to put more down to the south.
Well, as I mentioned, the S18, which is just to the north of S19, it had the multifamily entitlement on it, but that went office. It developed as office. It didn't develop.
All right, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. So the multifamily that was at the south edge was reduced because S18 went to office.
All right, so it doesn't matter then.
No, it does matter. If I may, that's a great point. They had multifamily designated to the south end. Our adjacent parcel north of us was converted from multifamily to office. So you got your office in that area, and us putting that back on S19 is entirely consistent with that original plan. I mean, that's a great point. What we're doing is entirely consistent with that, because we lost the multifamily on the southern perimeter and it became office already. So you already have the office that was contemplated in that area.
Thank you. So we've done a good job creating more office and switching out apartments. Why would we want to go backwards when we're still at a shortage of jobs? Vertical infill. Right now, you've got you're limiting, or you're not making them do the full amount of parking spaces normally required. Why would you do that?
Well, the MPUD has the condition in there that allows for a parking ratio of 1.9 spaces per unit, I believe, and that is the typical parking requirement that we approve in MPUDs. It is a variation from the code, so the code has.
You're lowering the standard that we set.
Yeah, well.
Yes. Right, the code has a much.
If I could.
The code has
and I'd like to just speak with my.
I'll make a note.
My administrator.
Planning director.
Planning director, sorry. So
just got
2.25 is the norm?
Normal.
That we have set up, and you're letting it go down. Are you accounting for the retail that's coming down below and making them do the appropriate parking spots you would on a normal development?
That's what I was about to ask too, so I was curious.
Well, I haven't looked at the exact site plans, but yes, I would say yes, we are accounting, because if you're providing for 25,000 square feet, you have to apply the appropriate commercial parking.
So they're gonna meet the normal standard.
Yeah, and if I recall from the January version, when the parking deck was initially proposed as part of the initial vertical integrated mixed-use building concept, there was a portion of the parking deck that was specifically designated to serve for commercial parking purposes.
Okay. Now, as far as the density, it was talked about, the density, this is like, they say, double the density of what's in the Seven Oaks already? Relative to the other apartments?
I'm not sure about double the density of Seven Oaks. The typical apartment complex that comes in is about 250 to 350 units, so this is typical.
But I'm talking about what's in Seven Oaks right now, what's compatible to it. Is this more dense?
I would say that this is, well, if I can finish my statement and then I can answer that. So this comes in at about 320 multifamily units, which is pretty much in that range, but on 10.6 acres, which increases the density number on the site. So at 10.6 acres, I think it's something like, I'm not good at math, but 30 or so dwelling units per acre.
So it's more dense than what you've got?
In that sense, yes.
So you're going to change the complex of how this neighborhood goes. As far as like not being able to sell the property, as Commissioner Starkey had mentioned, we saw this situation before in the Target piece over by 41 where it diverges off, where Target had all these conditions put in that made it hard for us to go sell, so we had to put more apartments in down there. All right, and that didn't have any apartments, so it was the first going for that. They have limited themselves as far as the retail. When they bought the property, whoever bought the property, they should have known what those conditions were, what was going on to it. Called buyer beware, I believe it is. And again, this is not affordable housing. This is high-end housing. I mean, I just think that this county needs more jobs. We're taking away prime real estate for jobs. I'm very comfortable with all the reasons we had for denial from before. And I think we should be denying it again.
Did you want to say something?
Okay,
'Cause I have
talking about the loom with the land use equivalency matrix, and that kind of made their case stronger, basically stating that they did convert the multifamily to office, and now they want to convert this back to multifamily. I'm not okay with making an agreement, whether it was from 1986 or not, that this is what they were allotted, but now we're going to take away what they were allotted in their original DRI agreement.
Who's they?
The DRI.
Is that, but
The
who's
land
they?
use equivalent stream matrix.
Well, I know what it is, but who's they?
Well, the Seven Oaks development.
Is there a DRI there still?
What was that?
Is that still within a DRI?
Are you still within a DRI? Yes.
Oh,
Okay, so I have a question. So on the parking numbers, and to Commissioner Mariano's question, I know, Terry, when I have you in every meeting that I can get you, it's probably 95% when I meet with developers to try and make each project be the best it can be, and we go over a lot of things, and parking is one of them. And I think one of the consistent things we talk about in my meetings, especially with multifamily, is that our parking requirements are too big. And I asked them to reduce the parking requirements. And I think you're working on reducing that ratio. What are we gonna go to?
Well, yes, we are working on revising our parking standards in the Land Development Code. It's a project of opportunity for fiscal year 23 that the Planning and Development Department is pursuing because we have a pretty long track record of reducing requirements to certain ratios like this 1.9 we're talking about today.
Yeah.
I don't know where the ultimate ratio is going to land, although you could reasonably anticipate somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.9. But the parking study is going to be undertaken over the next couple of months. We should be probably by May-ish complete with a draft of what those will look like once we've studied all the numbers.
Madam Chair, can I comment to that?
Sure.
All right. My daughters were living in Orlando. They had a 3-bedroom place. They had 2 parking spots. They had another one you could actually go try to find if you went down because their limits were lower than ours. I think it's a super dangerous move. I won't support lowering it down to the 1.9 because 2.25 is a good number. If we're the highest of that, so be it. It's better to have too much parking than too little because you have too little parking, what you're going to have is that tow truck driver that was here, the one that had more spots,
Yeah.
he's going to be towing those spots out of the Sam's parking lot because people can park in there.
right.
You're going to create a mess.
Well,
2.5 is a good number.
We've been approving way too many, in my opinion, and there are some developments and some projects that don't have enough. I will tell you, the new Mitchell Ranch Plaza, whatever it's called, across the street where the Sprouts is, there's not enough parking in there. But the one across the street with the Target, there's never anybody but homeless people on the one in the parking lot over by 19. But I have another question for you, and then I'm going to call for the vote. and this is kind of to all of us, and I understand that it's a beautiful community, and Commissioner Moore, I know it's your community.
Well, listen, no. I don't talk about, listen, this is ridiculous.
Well,
So
okay,
when-
I'll take that.
You know, because I don't talk about where you live and things
Right.
like this. I live a mile and a half away from there.
So-
This community is bigger than the city of Port Richey. It doesn't matter where I live.
So, I don't know when
Jesus.
we think that it's not a good place to put multifamily next to all those offices, and that those people can just walk or ride their bike right to work. There are hundreds of offices right next to it. And then we have a Sam's Club next door. I mean, we just approved apartments next to a Target. And I mean, I don't know why that's not, if this were coming in today, that's where they would have been. That is where they put them in a MPUDs. They put them out in the front like that, next to jobs that are all around it. So, you know, I think we have to be consistent. I think we have to be careful, because we can and will get sued when we're not consistent.
Madam Chair?
Yep, and then I'm gonna ask for.
I just want to bring something to you. Years ago, we had all sorts of trouble with traffic in Wesley Chapel. And Commissioner Moore, you've heard him talk about trying to go from Seven Oaks up to the Groves, 45-minute drive. You were just with me in Miami when we had to go 3 miles and it took us 45 minutes by bus, right? These people don't want that congestion. We just spent, thank you, Commissioner Moore, for bringing it up. We're just finishing up the diverging diamond. Try driving up from 56, from down south of Tampa, up 75 and taking a right turn.
Right.
Now that that's in place, it's improvement. Why do we spend all this money making these improvements and we're just gonna go throw more density? We need more jobs.
So there, in the development world, there are entitlements, and this project has entitlements. And so I know that it's a hurdle that they have to get through to come through us, but I feel that we could be in trouble. And I'm looking at the traffic right now, and for some reason, Commissioner Moore, I don't know, the red is coming out of Ancient Oaks, but
So
there's
there's people at Sam's Club, they don't go to Sam's Club, like you mentioned earlier.
there's no orange or red going into Sam's Club or into Ancient Oaks, so I don't know what the story is there. But part of that traffic issue that I think will get helped over on that side is our delay in Wesley Chapel Boulevard, widening that, and thank you. I have that, and I looked at this. It was a great presentation, and the overpass interchange. I think all of that will help relieve the traffic here. But I would go back to my mantra that I said to this board before. If you're concerned about traffic issues, you gotta have connectivity. And every time we vote to close a road and not have things connect, everyone has to get out on these roads. And you know,
Madam Chair,
that's
can
why I.
Chair,
Can I?
All right,
with the traffic
I'm
study.
gonna take a motion here. Okay?
Well, no, it's my, can I
With
just finish
the
with
traffic
my district?
study, you had mentioned
courtesy.
that there was a traffic study,
I will.
and it's gonna be more congestion with these apartments. But isn't there a traffic study comparison that says if they have this amount of office space, it's gonna cause this amount of traffic, and with this project, it's gonna cause this amount? I thought we were not allowed to put any additional traffic onto the roads than what it is originally zoned for as well. So they are not creating any additional traffic congestion, whether it was for businesses or for the multifamilies. And in addition, how much are the mobility fees coming in, and can't we utilize, or can't we state that those mobility fees have to be utilized in that specific area to make specific improvements in that area?
You're asking staff or the applicant?
So, I'll answer. So, you're correct that the Loom request, when they convert, they're converting commercial entitlements to residential. That has to be trip neutral.
Okay, so it's
So-
same trips.
So they're not generating additional capacity trips, but they could create additional access-related concerns. But from a capacity standpoint, it has to be neutral.
Okay, so thank
Does that
you.
answer your question?
Mhm.
Good night, Madam Chair.
All right, and Commissioner Moore?
Thanks. No, just-
And then Commissioner Oakley. No, he had asked for,
Okay.
I know.
Since you know, you did mention about, you know, where people live and things like that, I'm gonna kind of, I wasn't gonna do this, but I'm gonna do it. So, so if you look at votes, I mean, 2018, there was a 3-2 vote to deny that project we talked about on 52. It held up. Nobody came back and appealed. Nobody sued. October 22nd, 2019, I voted to deny the Aiken MPD for similar reasons. Again, the commercial, the job loss on that site. 2021, Hay Road, same situation. I voted to deny that. That was industrial. 2021, 4-1 vote. Yes, I was the only nay, but a similar situation. 15th MPD rezone 4-1 on that one. Conditional use north of Bruce B. Downs. That was a 3-2 actually. Similar situation. That was commercial. There was concerns about that. January 11th, went back to Hay Road again. I voted to deny that. I'm not going to go over all of them. I can keep going, but you know, bottom line is, I'm ready for a vote here, but here's what I'm not going to do. Well, I know Commissioner Fitzpatrick's for it. I know you're for it. Are you voting for it?
Yes.
You're voting for it? Okay, so I'm not going to make a motion to deny because I'm not going to give anybody the satisfaction of being a 3-2 vote because it sounds like Commissioner Mariano already stated he's going to vote with it. So I'm not going to make the motion to deny. I'll let one of you guys make the motion to approve.
Can I
and
make
I'll vote to deny on that.
Can I make a, before we...
Well, I want to make a statement to cover what you were talking about before. The fact of it is if you'll reach out to David Engel, you'll find out that we got more jobs coming here in the near future, coming to 52 and some other areas in our county, and we do not have the right housing in our county to be able to keep our employees or workers in our county. But the growth is coming. Pasco Town Center, the project over on the north side of 52, and there's many more right if you go right out past Bellamy in that area too. They are coming with those jobs, and we don't have the housing, enough housing. You'd think we got too much housing now, but the fact of it is we don't have enough housing to house these workers that we need to be working in our county. And that's the best for our economy. And with that, I will move for approval.
Second.
More discussion, please.
Under discussion?
Under discussion, as far as David Engel and his report, even with all the jobs, when he was here, we still don't have enough jobs to keep up. Okay, this is prime real estate for creating jobs, right where it's located, right? We got people driving down to Tampa all the time. We should be trying to put a shift back the other way.
So you want more traffic there?
I want to finish.
Because that's what you're
I
asking
want
for.
to, no, I want to finish. I want more jobs so people don't have to drive down there. They can stay right here and live and work and play in their own place. Like this chart right here shows you, we're at the bottom of the list. So the jobs we are creating are great. The stuff that's going on with the other housing we have going on is great. You got a development that's already here, jammed with traffic everywhere. The whole development's jammed. Sam's Club, you can't even get in. So all that said, with David Engel, et cetera, it's a big thing. Now I want to tell you this, and Commissioner Moore, you actually covered it, I think, pretty well, but we're in a situation of this matrix. They put us in this position to make this decision. Just because someone comes before us, as Commissioner Moore says, we don't have to approve it. We don't have to accept it. We don't. Our attorney, which I sent to you guys, a copy of the reasons for the resolution denying the MPD zoning amendment request for the property described in rezoning petition 7507. I sent you that after talking to David. The conditions we had for denial are still appropriate. They would still hold up, in his opinion.
Correct.
David, correct me if I'm wrong.
There might need to be some minor modifications to some of the facts because some of the facts have changed. But in general, I would say yes, if the board wanted to deny it.
All right, so don't be in the position, and Commissioner Fitzpatrick, think about this. These people in Wesley Chapel are a huge block of people, okay? I don't know if you've looked at the results of your actions you've had before from things here, but I'm telling you, these people here are very in tune to what's going on. They're going to look at what's going on. They're looking at these things. They're here. They are, I mean, the presentation they put on is phenomenal. These people here don't want it. They've seen it. And I think it's so important that you think about this because this is going to affect this neighborhood for a long, long time. You'll never get it back.
Okay, sorry. I've got a medical thing, so I'm going
Question.
to, got to get going. So All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, and we are adjourned.
Madam-
Oh, no,
no, we're not.
commissioner items.
No, so, Madam, just one follow-up, and David, can you come up real quick? Because I know this question's gonna be asked. David? Thank you.
Okay, can the clerk confirm that it was a 3-2 vote for approval of the motion before we get this question?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you. What was your question?
Because I'd rather be having on the dais in case I get asked this question, but I'd rather be in the public. The attorney or the CDD, since they, Ms. Waller is the attorney for the CDD, they still have the ability to appeal just like they did, they not?
Third parties do have the right to appeal, yes. In fact, the conditions of approval contemplate that there could be an appeal because they require the applicant to defend and indemnify the county if that occurs.
How long do they have to file the appeal?
Generally 30 days.
So they have 30 days to file the appeal.
But it's from the date that the resolution is rendered, which
Has to come back from
it's when the
DO.
chair
Right.
files it with the clerk. So
Okay.
that would probably be today since there's an approval.
Right, so they have 30 days to, and this is just a general question. Somebody would have, the opposing side would have 30 days to appeal, okay, to submit the appeal. So if it was on day 29, whatever, they submitted it. And then how long typically how long would it take for that to come back for that appeal hearing? Is there a set time?
Okay, so there's two forms of challenge, and I don't want to get too much in details. There's a certiorari type challenge, which is an appeal.
Right.
There's also what's called a 163-3215 challenge, which is challenging the approval as being inconsistent with the comp plan. One of them is a de novo proceeding that goes to court, like a trial. The other is an appellate proceeding. So those have different timeframes, but I would say that the chances of either one of those being resolved in less than a year is slim.
Okay, I'm just curious, yeah.
I'd say on average, it's about a year.
Yeah, that's just
a year or more.
General question, if somebody, in case it doesn't come
I'd
up.
say it's probably
I'd rather not
a
answer
year
that
or
if I
more
was
for
asked.
both. For both of those proceedings, it's probably a year or more before you hear back from the court.
Gotcha, all right, answers my question, thanks.
So we are still under Commissioner Miscellaneous, sorry. I just took care of my issue. Jack, do you have any items under Commissioner?
I'm going to do mine next meeting, but I would like to know, I need extra time. I've had two meetings in a row now, I'm not getting them done.
I know I didn't do mine last
No,
meeting.
it's okay, but I want extra time, so.
Commissioner, not Commissioner, Administrator Carballo.
No, just real quick, I wanted to thank the team publicly, as well as our constitutional partners, for the response during Hurricane Ian, and that we've sent several team members down south to help out in Lee County. And then we've also successfully transitioned the jail on October 1st. There's still a few little minor items that are coming up, but the team did a phenomenal job with that across the board. So, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yep, go ahead.
If I could, just show those pictures for down in Fort Myers Beach. I just want you to say, I went down there yesterday. Our Rotary Club did all the districts of 6950 went down from Citrus all the way to Palm Harbor, went down there. 4 truckloads and a trailer load going through.
Oh, wow.
This is a picture of a house in a channel. The little greenhouse out there past that little marker, that's a house.
This could have been us.
This could have been us.
This is so close
Take a look at
to
the
us.
next picture.
Could have been.
Look at the destruction. This is across the waterway now from where the island is. That's inland. More destruction there.
Is it raining, Commissioner Mariano?
Yes, it's starting to rain. That's Troy Stevenson right there. Go ahead, keep going. See that marker right there? There's a car underneath it. They've got to mark where the car is before they can get the car out. It floated into the water. Go ahead. You see, there's a boat upside down in its cavern there. Go ahead.
And this is Fort Myers?
This is Fort Myers Beach, yeah. More destruction along the way.
My son was lucky.
Keep going. You want the other one? All right, I'll show more pictures next week. Okay. There's literally down the street. You can actually, it's almost like snow piles on the side of the road with dirt that's gone through.
I saw pictures of Fort Myers area with huge yachts, boats piled up on shore.
Yeah.
On top of it.
It was, and I'll tell you what, our Sheriff's deputies were down there. What a phenomenal job they were doing. Conditions we're working on, we'll talk about that. Fire team here, they were down there. And the work they're doing and the conditions, like you saw the rain. There's like 20 of them protecting the island. People coming in, checkpoints coming in and out, protecting it. And in the rain, under just tarps, doing their work. They're sleeping under bleachers down there.
You know when we said mandatory
Some of them.
evacuation zone A? We absolutely did the right thing.
Oh, we did.
Because
Oh, we did,
We
yeah.
thought that was coming here, and I can tell
It
you
didn't
even.
come, but-
Yeah, I told my neighbors,
They're being
don't
safe.
stay here. And I had so many neighbors who were still gonna stay.
Yeah.
And I said, your house is gonna be to your roof, rafters in your roof. And they were, still gonna stay. And I hope this is a lesson for those who were gonna stay home in Zone A.
I said this before, but Kurt Browning, when we first had our first stakeholder meeting, I thought he was tremendous.
Yeah.
When he said right away, I'll make the schools available
Yeah.
so that people in the A, B, or C with their pets could make it there, it gave us the freedom to go mandatory and all the way through.
Yeah.
So I think we've learned a lot, and from what I saw with this, those base flood elevations, phenomenal idea. St. Pete actually goes like 3 feet higher from the base. We're like a foot higher. So they're doing some things that are great, and I think the lessons learned from that is if we do have something like this come on, when we evacuate the A zone, we shut off the water, the sewer, the lights, and get them all out.
Ooh,
That makes them get out.
that.
And then,
Let's bring this back
then,
for some
yeah, then you come back. We'll talk about it later on, but
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I was so impacted by what I saw.
But if you saw the 60 Minutes piece on the hurricane, and you saw Sid Kitson speaking from Babcock Ranch, you saw it? And I asked Katie to send you all this email. They didn't lose power, they didn't lose, they might have lost a branch. They have the biggest solar field in the state of Florida with Florida Power and Light. They didn't lose one solar panel, and you know why they didn't lose any electricity? Everything's underground. And in this article that was in the paper, TECO is putting their lines, their important lines underground. And I just think in Pasco County, we should be, we've had this great opportunity to have our lines go underground and have our people not lose power, but we don't require it. And I think we should. I think we need to talk about it, because, people died because they didn't have electricity.
I know.
So, in Miami after Andrew, because my brother went through Andrew, all the lines are underground, and they don't have this issue. So I hope that we can have that conversation too.
Good.
No one else has any commissioner items. I just want to thank our staff for coming out for the community cleanup in the Holiday area. We got 36 tons of trash out of Buena Vista in that area. I did want to mention that at my last FACT conference, I had they were having this conversation, and I said, I don't think we've done that. I don't think we've done one septic conversion in Pasco County, and none of the other counties could believe it. And when we're a county that has 3 rivers going through it and flooding everywhere, and we haven't done one septic to sewer conversion, when there's federal money and state money, we're not getting the job done. We're not getting the job done.
And Sea Pines is okay to do it. They approved like the project.
Well, there's money out there.
Yeah.
And I asked the administrator to go find out how other places are doing it, because they're using federal money and they're using grants, and we should be doing it too. So I'll go over some other fact stuff later.
Colleen's on it.
Okay. Are you adjourned? Someone like that. Are you
Yeah.
adjourned? Adjourned. Yeah.
Pasco County waterways and wildlife depend on you to keep them healthy. Excess fertilizer, grass clippings, trash, oils, and pet waste wash into gutters and storm drains when it rains. Stormwater carries these pollutants directly into our lakes and rivers, creating an unhealthy environment for fish, waterfowl, and other aquatic animals. Storm drains are meant for clean rainwater. Most other discharges are illegal. If you suspect an illicit discharge, please contact Pasco County Department of Public Works at 727-834-3611.
Do you like having fun and staying fit?
Do you like to be creative?
Do you like being part of your community?